This conference will now be recorded.
During the meeting are encouraged to attend in person in our chambers or send comments to the town clerk prior to the meeting. Town Treasurer Howland, would you please call roll?
Yes. Mayor Herwood,
Here.
Vice Mayor DeHasa. Present. Commissioner Pugh,
Here.
Commissioner Haas,
Here.
and Commissioner Weishaupt.
Here.
All right, will you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right then. Are there any additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda?
Yes. We have one to come on my phone. Yes, we had, Ryan Fabry, who rescinded his, application in, proposing that we put Lynn Ladner in her place. That would, to me, is the simplest way versus changing 4 people, we're only changing 1. And making it an 11 o'clock appointment. That would mean our meeting would be in the earlier also.
All right then. I will entertain a motion on the approval of the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right then, motion carries. I'm going to ask Mr. Clayman to come forward. You have a few things you'd like to discuss with us, and we're loving to hear it.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the Town Commission. My name is Dan Clayman. I'm a volunteer senior advisor with the Florida City and County Management Association, and here to assist you as you go through the selection process for hiring a town manager. I have distributed to each of you some sample questions. You make a couple of comments about that list. First, I would suggest that the first question always be asked by the mayor as a way of introducing the candidate and the commission to each other and learning the most basic information about the candidate. Secondly, I would suggest that this list does not need to be all inclusive. If there are other questions that you want to ask, simply add them to the list of questions as you go through the process. I do suggest, however, that you attempt within reason to ask each candidate the same list of questions so that you treat them each in a fair and equitable kind of manner. The other thing I would say is that you certainly may wish to ask follow-up questions. If you've asked a question and are either not satisfied with the answer, or if you are desirous of more information, simply ask a follow-up question for the candidate to tell you more about that particular subject. And the last comment from me is simply to suggest the obvious, which is that what I believe you're looking for is 2 things as you go through the process. Number 1, you're looking for the substantive answer to the question that's been asked. But number 2, and sometimes perhaps even more important, I would suggest you also look at the way the candidate organizes his response, the kind of presence that he or she makes in presenting the response, and if in fact they have answered the question that you've asked. All of those will tell you something about the candidate's organizational skills in addition to what you've been told about the substantive response. With that, I'd be happy to respond to any questions, or I'd be happy to sit down.
Are there any questions from the guys? I think we're good. Thank you very much for all your efforts here. All right. I'm going to open the floor for public comment. Please recognize the 3-minute individual limit. Anybody from the public have something to say? All right, I will close the floor. And we will begin with We still don't see Steve. Okay, we will begin with our first interview for Mr. Stephen Crowell. Sorry we're getting off a little late here, but we'll all do the best we can. And I guess I will begin with one of my questions here, please. I'd like to know what piqued your interest in Ocean Ridge and what, that you know of us and our issues, do you think off the top of your head you could do to assist us?
First of all, I apologize about the camera, and the audio was a little muted, so I don't know if I understood the question, if I didn't get it correctly. I think the question was, what piqued my interest in Ocean Ridge, is that correct?
And what do you think, after looking into us, that you could do to assist us move forward?
Okay, so my interest in Ocean Ridge, frankly, is related to the commitment to quality of life. I did a lot of research before deciding to apply. I'm currently employed, have been in my current city for 9 years, so I didn't take this particular interest in Ocean Ridge as just checking things out. I mean, I deliberately had to think about my interest in applying. It's a commitment to quality of life is a certain initial piece of that. I've worked in similar cities, excuse me, smaller in some cases, but with a similar, what I anticipate, commitment to quality of life, and that's Greenwood Village, Colorado. If you haven't had a chance, I'd encourage you to just look at the website for Greenwood Village, Colorado, and I think you can get a sense of that particular city's commitment to quality of life. Now, I understand and appreciate that different cities have a different definition or view of what quality of life may be in that particular city, but I think I have a pretty good feel for the quality of life commitment and expectations in Ocean Ridge, and I've got that, as I said, from doing research and talking with Ms. Stevens and others as well. I think the other part of the question was what were some of the issues that I see?
Well, what do you think, after your research into Ocean Ridge and knowing some of our issues, do you think that you could do to move us along and assist us?
Yeah. So it's after doing the initial research before applying, and certainly some of the research afterwards, there's not anything that necessarily surprised me. In fact, I was interested that many of the issues, granted on a different scale, but are very similar to some of the experiences that I have here in Jefferson City, and perhaps I'll get an opportunity to talk a little bit about those experiences in Jefferson City. But we're faced with many of the same kinds of budget kinds of issues, focused on stormwater, focused on capital improvements, certainly focused on some of the employee-related kinds of issues. We have just implemented body cameras, and I was interested to find out that you all have had the body-worn cameras for police for some time. So a lot of those kinds of issues, but there's not anything that concerns me from an operational point of view. I think that I'll be helpful not only in operations of the city, but also I think with my experience, I can be helpful to some of the surrounding municipalities in Palm Beach County as well.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Falls, do you have a question?
Yeah, good to meet you, Steve. My name's Steve Cost, Commissioner Ocean Ridge. You've got a very impressive resume, so I'm not going to ask you questions about your ability to do the job. You have very good financial background. The budgets you've been dealing with are vastly larger than Ocean Ridge, and the 437 full-time employees, not going to happen here. So I just have one question for you, really, because your resume is impeccable. Why are you coming to Ocean Ridge? I don't understand it. You're making more money. You've had a job since 2014, and now you're leaving that job, or attempting to come to Ocean Ridge. And this becomes a little more important to me because I saw the troubles you had in Northport. So that's my question.
Okay. Let me, if I can, I'll get to again on the why, but if I may just take a detour for a minute and talk about two things that are probably an issue or at least a concern or a question on your part. And again, I apologize for not having the camera there. One thing is, and I know you can't bring it up, but I will, but I'm 67 years old. I'm not ready to retire. I'm not ready to retire in place. I think if you've done a background check or at least called our mayor here, she will tell you that that's not a concern, that I'm actively engaged in the community. So that's one thing. And I think that that's a benefit to Ocean Ridge, in that that I'm not considering this as a stepping stone or a place to move. As I said in the first question, I really had to investigate my interest in applying, which I'll answer your question in a minute. The other thing I want to mention is that at age 59 and a half, my wife had a stroke, had a brain hemorrhage, and a year ago she passed away. So I don't have that time constraint there as well, but I just want to put that in perspective for you. So back to the why. The why, and it's not related to money. I can tell you, you mentioned about getting paid a little bit more here. Yes, but if I end up fortunate enough to get the position and I'm moving in what I anticipate is a recession coming, worst national economy. Florida national economy, not so great, particularly after the hurricane, I think, with the housing market. And I think you'll also see other positions open, not only in government, but private sector as well. But the why for me really is related to the quality of life impact. Now, I don't want to move to Florida just to work. I mean, there's some personal kinds of things that are of interest to me. There are 3 areas in Florida that had some of those areas of interest for me. One is being close to the ocean. The second is being in the South. And the third is, and this may sound a little strange, but being close to a mountain bike park or area, because I enjoy riding my mountain bike. Not a surprise to me, there aren't a lot of mountains in Florida. But so there's that personal interest of the outside piece, but it's more related to the commitment that I got from you all, from my research and watching online, the commitment to quality of life. Now, as I said earlier before, I understand that the quality of life definition can be different for different cities. One of the things I hope I get a chance to talk about is some of the training that I do for every employee in this organization and prior organizations, this organization being about 430 employees. I talk to every employee about quality of life and go through I call it a training session. It's really a conversation, not a lecture, but about quality of life that takes about 3 hours. And I can give you more detail on that. So it's all of those kinds of things. It's the professional challenge. And I've been in small cities. I understand the difference, but I also of some of the resources available, but also the challenges of a smaller city. And I don't diminish that at all. In fact, I think in a smaller city, it's more of an opportunity for hands-on, where in a larger city, it's really more helping staff do some of the things that they need to do in order to be able to contribute to that quality of life. So hopefully that answers that question. I can provide some more detail, but it really is the combination of the personal piece and then the professional piece.
So sorry to hear about that. Yeah, I do have a question, and the town attorney can cut me off if it's inappropriate. What is your retirement plan?
I don't know if I
Mr. Crowell, we'll move on to a different question. Thank you.
Would you like to review that question for me?
let me, if I could though.
That's okay.
But he brought it up.
Let's move on to a different question, perhaps one that's on the list.
Okay, Steve. Yes. What's the longest you've been in a job?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the question.
What is the longest time period that you have been in a job?
The longest time period I've been in a job was 12 years in Greenwood Village, Colorado, which is a very high expectation of quality of life. Greenwood Village has a household income of about 127,000. Ocean Ridge, according to the internet's never wrong, is about 102,000. Greenwood Village has a home value of about $927,000 median, and Ocean Ridge again is about 800. So I've been in a very high expectation, high quality of life city, Greenwood Village, for about 12 years. My current city, I've been in 9 years. I haven't had short stints in different municipalities. So, the longest time period's been 12 years, 12 and a half years, actually.
Thank you.
Commissioner Huszak?
How are you doing, Steve? My name is Martin Wischelek. I'm one of the commissioners here. My main question to you is, can you give us a little bit more background on the on Northport? What happened in Northport? Give us your take on it. What the situation was over there.
Sure. Northport, and I was there for 5 years, which nationwide, the average stay for a city administrator, city manager is a little less than 7 years. Florida's a little less than that, usually around 5 years for different reasons. Northport, it's actually not too dissimilar than some of the circumstances in the economy now. Northport, I was hired in 2005 from Greenwood Village, Colorado. I was hired in Northport mostly for my growth management experience. Northport at the time, 2005, was the fastest growing city in the United States. 2008 comes along and that world changes pretty quickly with some of the financial challenges that were going on, and Northport became one of the cities with the largest number of foreclosures. So we had to deal with a lot, and the commission had to deal with a lot of those particular issues with employees and budget constraints and those kinds of things. So I was in Northport for about 5 years or so. I had applied for a position before that, and then I applied for a second position in Iowa City, Iowa. While I was there at that particular interview, I got a call from a reporter that says, hey, the city commission's thinking of terminating your employment. And I said, well, they certainly have that right. And I understood that. It's kind of, I understand that, but I think it was related mostly to what the commission called political kinds of reasons, not for any ethical reasons or any technical reasons or any management kinds of reasons. And if you do a background check and talk to Northport, I know that they will end up saying that as well, because it's the truth. So it wasn't a matter of anything inappropriate or anything negative going on there. And I sent you a copy of one article that was written at that particular time. So does that answer the question?
Would you have done anything different over there, given that it was a political, say it was a political call that they were thinking about terminating you? Would you have done anything different than the way that you had handled it at that point?
No, I don't think I would have done anything different. I mean, I advised council ahead of time that I was looking for a different position, explained why, let them know that I had accepted an invitation to interview. I think I handled, my departure with class and didn't say anything negative, because there wasn't anything negative to say. I understood the position of the council. It's kind of like telling your spouse you're going to go out and date somebody and not sure if you're going to get married yet and come back. I mean, I get it. That's something that happens in our profession, but I want to reemphasize that it was not for anything that I did wrong. It wasn't for any ethical reasons or any failure on management or any of those kinds of reasons. And I think Northport will confirm that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pugh?
Hello, Mr. Cromwell, Jeff Pugh, Commissioner. I have a question regarding the town manager. Like you said, the town has about 2,000 people. Definitely a different situation as where you're in Colorado. Maybe more like the situation in Northport. So the question I have for you, how would you meet and greet the town residents of Ocean Ridge, which, being as a small town, you're going to be working very closely with? How would you go about meeting the town? What would be your process for that?
If I understood the question, it's how do I go about meeting town folks, particularly given some of the differences in population size of the different cities that I've managed.
Yeah, so the question is, how would you interact with the town of Ocean Ridge people being your first coming here? Would you, for example, would you drive around and look at the town as a whole? Would you open your office up when people come into the office, that you would be amenable to meeting the people? How would you do that?
Yeah, well, certainly all of the above. I would try to meet personally within opportunities of groups, certainly. First thing I would do is I'd want to meet with every employee, get a sense of what some of their suggestions are and concerns and hopes and dreams are for the city. There are several opportunities to meet town folks, and I would take advantage of whatever those opportunities are. My door is always open. In fact, on my business card now, I've got my cell phone number. So people have access, and I think if you do a background check with the current mayor, if you haven't already, she will acknowledge that I'm accessible. I take those opportunities in group settings and individual settings to meet people. And I would also meet with surrounding municipalities and certainly Palm Beach County representatives and make sure that they understood me and the opportunity for Ocean Ridge to be a resource for them. So it's kind of all of the above. You know, I don't sit in my office and just wait for things. That doesn't happen here or any of the cities where I've been a manager.
We've had that experience before. But I have a follow-up question. Follow-up question is, we do have a vibrant building boom here in a small town, and there often are disputes between our building department and our residents. Are you willing to be actually willing to hear the residents, be part of, or basically someone who can mediate those disputes, or would you just keep it with the building official and let them take care of it? Which would you rather do?
If I understood the question, when there is a dispute or a perception of a dispute, I get involved in that. A lot of times at my level, it usually gets to me when there is a conflict or a no answer that is anticipated. If it's yes and working, that happens at the lower levels, and that all works. But I am not reluctant to take a look at whatever the particular issue may be, and sometimes that is assisting staff in getting something addressed. Sometimes I have to overrule staff, and sometimes, you know, it's not. A lot of times, in my experience at least, it's been making sure that a citizen understands the process. But whether it's a large city or a smaller city, there have been a lot of times where I've had to get involved in making the bureaucracy work, making sure that we're getting done what we needed to do, and making sure that some of those obstructions, whatever they may be, out of the way. So if the question is, am I reluctant to be able to help staff or direct staff to make a different decision? I am not.
And you're willing to meet with the homeowners who have a problem?
Oh, absolutely. I meet with I think have to. I always get you know, the other side of the story, understand the issue. I try to get to yes. Doesn't mean I can always do that. And sometimes the citizen's request may not be fully appreciated, and I think sometimes explaining that, and sometimes, you know, frankly, sometimes the answer is no, and I try to explain the why. I try to explain what we can do, even though it may not be the full extent. But I'm not reluctant to meet, even in the cities where I am. It's not a function of size. I think it's more a function of preference on my end.
Well, thank you.
Vice Mayor DeJesus? Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Good, other than some of the audio problems, but we're working it out.
Yeah. How cold is it in Missouri?
It's about 60s. We've had a lot of rain. It may be some of the remnants of Ian working its way here, but today's not bad.
Excellent. Well, any day under 70 is bad, so. Okay. I'm going to kind of play off of Commissioner Pugh. I think you hit the nail on the head, and as Commissioner Cos says, you know, your resume is impeccable. You've worked small, you've worked large, you've made this a career, so I'm sure there's nothing you haven't seen or haven't dealt with at this point. I commend you for the homework that you did and the package that you put together. It was extremely professional and pretty complete. I've been happy with your answers so far.
You kind of hit the nail on the head though. Quality of life and level of service, and I call our town expectations as a concierge level of service expectation. We expect our police to do community policing. We expect our front staff to be deferent and polite to our residents and try to work towards solutions. The other leg of the stool, though, besides working with residents, is working with your commission. And I will tell you, there is no shrinking violet sitting on this commission at all. And sometimes we agree, and sometimes we don't agree. And I guess, you know, in your years of experience, you've probably dealt with it. But I would like for you to give me an example, potentially, where you had conflicting either opinions or you know, straight out directions from the dais, and how did you handle that? Because that's one area you can get into a real sticky wicket, and then residents take sides, and it flowers into something that is completely unnecessary for a small town to be so divisive. So.
Okay. I'm not sure how much time we have, but I'm going to get to the specific example there, but I want to talk just very briefly, and I can get into more detail if you want, about the training that I mentioned a little bit earlier, or the conversation that I have with every new employee in every city where I've been, including this city of 430 employees. And that's a conversation about what quality of life means. And as I said earlier, that quality of life can mean different things in different cities, but it always comes back to the thing that cities produce. You know, Ford produces cars for a different reason. I have a discussion about what Ford really produces. I think they produce connections, not necessarily cars. But cities produce quality of life. Now that, as I said, looks different. But the conversation I have with employees is helping them to appreciate and understand that whatever position they are in, they have a sliver, they have a piece of quality of life. We define that in short term as safe, clean, pretty, fun, and maybe easily transportation. So those different slices for whatever that employee is doing, they've got a piece of that quality of life. Some may have more of safety, some may have more of recreation, some may have more of maintenance. But if all those things aren't working in conjunction, it can have an impact of quality of life. So I try to help the employee understand their contribution to quality of life and how important that is. I appreciate it. I watched some of you, well, all of you, online as best I could, and saw frankly, some of the debate about this process, and saw some of that disagreement, and saw that was respectful. And I think that is one of the things that attracts me, not that there is disagreement, but how you handled that disagreement. And I think that's important. There have been times when I've had to tell council the answer is no to something. Typically, I try to do that privately, not necessarily in public, but sometimes there's issues that come up in public that demand or require a public response. One such case, and you can see it online for Jefferson City, and that was where we were in the process of hiring a police chief, very, very important position for the city. Our process is a little different than some, but nevertheless, it starts with the city administrator making a recommendation to the mayor and city council. Mayor, or at least one council person, was very dismissive about the process, anticipating the outcome. And I explained the why I went through the process that I did, and I can get into more detail if you want, and informed the entire city council, you know, this is what I said I was going to do. This is what I'm doing. I'm going to continue to follow that process and get it to the point where the council has to make that decision. So I get it that there's disagreements. I get it that city council commission has the final say, and we need to make sure, we employees need to make sure that we enthusiastically implement that decision, regardless of whether our personal beliefs may be or intent may be. But I do hope that staff has the opportunity to provide some input on that decision-making process. And of course, the council and commission in this particular case would have that same I think that same obligation is to understand when it's a staff decision and to be able to support that. But if you disagree, certainly say that and we can have that conversation. So does that answer the question? I mean, I can give you examples of several times.
It gave an insight into your management style in many of the instances. I don't think it directly answered, and maybe I was not articulate enough. I was just, I guess, looking for direction beyond saying that commission has the final say and employees need proper training. I think sometimes commission needs training too. We don't know everything about everything, and I think you probably heard, you probably heard part of that in our discussions about how to approach HR, because you don't have any HR professionals necessarily sitting on the dais, although some of us, I'm sure, have past experience in hiring and firing. I think I was more interested in one of the things that you did say was that you like to meet with council privately. And I think that that's very important to make sure that meetings go smoothly when they are, eventually done in the public. So you didn't answer the question directly, but I think I got a lot more answer than I was expecting. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to ask the second question. Since you've done this research on Ocean Ridge, what I would like to know would be your highest priorities in the first 6 months here. How would you handle your baby stage coming into town, especially because you have all this background knowledge?
I heard the first part, highest priority. I didn't understand the second part.
What I'm asking is, during your first 6 months here, knowing Ocean Ridge the way you have researched it, what would be your highest priorities?
Oh, what would be the highest priority? Initially, the highest priority for me would be meeting with employees and finding out their viewpoint and perhaps even assumptions about Ocean Ridge and some of their suggestions for improvements. I mean, I would hope to do that. I think even before I would show up and be there, I would ask that I would get written information, for example, on the Sea Rise study, the 2002 Sea Rise study. I don't have a copy of that, haven't had a chance to review that, but during the transition process, I would want to get as much written information as I could, get reports, get that information, be involved in as many of the employees meetings virtually as I could. When I got there, I'd want to meet with employees, but I know also outreach to citizens and look for those opportunities to get that input and suggestions. And I know you all as elected officials get that every day, but I think there's merit to having the manager also get that perspective independently of what you all may have. So it'd be outreach to employees and citizens. And then I think the third part of that, and not a lesser, but a third priority would be meeting with officials, managers from surrounding municipalities to make sure that they understand the commitment that Ocean Ridge has to quality of life and how their particular cities fit in with that. And I get it that there's a lot of pieces of services that are contracted out and do some contracting. So that would be my response to that. Meet with employees, meet with citizens, and meet with surrounding representatives in municipalities.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Khan, do you have another question?
No, I'm all set, thank you.
Commissioner Vista?
Sorry, didn't have my microphone on. You mentioned that you believe that there's an upcoming recession that we're heading into, and I was wondering, in your current position, have you prepared the city specifically with certain procedures for what you would project as coming their way? Meaning, have you proactively already set things in place that could help lessen the blow that is probably to be coming your way?
Sure. Yeah, so if I understood the question is, what are some of the actions I've taken to prepare for what I anticipate being a coming recession? Jefferson City is a little bit different than many cities in that we're the capital of Missouri, a lot of state employees. There's consistent employment opportunity there. State doesn't end up terminating a lot of employees. We have a lot of state employees that live in the city, so there's that continuity, and that we're although we have a property tax, we're very dependent on sales tax. So more people spending more money is a good thing. In fact, we saw although I anticipated a significant decrease during the pandemic, we actually saw an increase in some of our sales tax numbers. But the main focus of a recession here in Jefferson City, from my point of view, has been trying to prepare and get council to understand and prepare for the impact on employees. Some of that's been salary-based. Some of that is housing-based. We had, during an 18-month period, we had a tornado, EF3 tornado, a pandemic, a major flooding event, a major ice storm, and then some of the economy starting to trail off, even though, as I mentioned earlier, we have a fairly good employment base with state employees. So a lot of it, preparing for that, is to make sure that we're at least I've been recommending to the council, is preserving some of our fund balance. And we've had to use or have discussions about using some of our reserves to balance a budget, similar to what Ocean Ridge's conversation's been, at least what I've been able to see in the last budget or your current budget. But it's been thinking about the impact to employees. We've had some positions that are difficult to hire. Maybe that's not too different nationwide, but in this area, we've had some difficulties. One that probably is nationwide are for police officers. So making sure that we've reserved funds for a pending economic downturn, particularly in sales tax. But also looking at just the different kinds of operational impacts that I expect to be impacted, and we're seeing some of that now, particularly for vehicles, for some types of equipment. Similar to what I saw in your budget was some of the impacts of inflation for paint, and signs, and materials, those kinds of things. So we've made some adjustments for those anticipated kinds of impacts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Pugh, any more questions?
No more.
Anything from Vice Mayor DeHaza?
I think probably the mayor will wrap up, but an important question, I think, for all of us is, do you have any questions for us?
Well, I don't have any questions for you. If I could just take a minute, I want to circle back around to something that I appreciate the sensitivity to it, but it's the retirement question. I can retire, but I don't have any immediate plans to retire. If that was the case, I would stay right where I am. And I think if you call the mayor here, Carrie Turgeon, she will tell you that I'm not running from anything. I don't have short stints. I'm not trying to avoid anything here. I'm truly attracted to Ocean Ridge, and I talked a little bit about some of the personal reasons and professional reasons. And I said it earlier, but I want to re-emphasize this. Smaller does not mean easier. In fact, I've been in smaller cities and have been, and I used to work for the Gap, and the smaller Gap stores were hard to work. I mean, I literally had to do the vacuuming in my smaller Gap stores, where the largest Gap stores, we have plenty of people. In a smaller city, it's more hands-on. I appreciate that. If you look at some of my background, you'll see that I'm also a state licensed community association manager for the state of Florida, and have been for, I think, 2011 or something like that. Those community associations are smaller than most cities. They're hands-on. I think one of the benefits of that is that I'll be able to understand and appreciate, and I think build some rapport with some of those condo associations, not only for Ocean Ridge, but in the surrounding area. And there may be times when we need to rely on them for assistance. So I just wanted to, I get it on the whole retirement piece. And if I was ready to hang that up, I would do that. I do this because I enjoy being able to make a positive difference, and that's the influence that I try to encourage for employees. Have done so in Greenwood Village. I sent you a copy of an article called Getting It Right. That was a short summary of a book called Getting It Right that was written on the experience in Greenwood Village. Although they don't mention my name, I was the city manager that directed that specific culture change in the city and focusing on the different operational pieces. And it's not just the making the numbers balance out, but it's the cultural change and helping employees understand their contribution to that overall quality of life. So I don't have any question. I mean, I think questions on details are probably for another time. I would ask you that same question though. If there is anything that I said that didn't make sense or you want some additional clarification on, I'm glad to provide that.
All right, any extra questions that you didn't feel were clear enough? I think that's been wonderful. Thank you so very much for your time. We appreciate it. My last question was going to be, is there anything you want to add? But I think you did. So
well, I would just add, I appreciate Mr. Kleeman and your staff's follow through, particularly given that Monday was a holiday. It wasn't a holiday for us, but I appreciate your staff keeping at least the candidates informed and understanding what's coming up in the process. So I appreciate your time and I appreciate their time. Thank you. And apologize for the camera problem. We don't use GoToMeeting, and I don't know if that's on my end or not, but we'll check it out.
Not a problem. You did just fine. Thank you very much for your time and efforts.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
Thanks.
Would you like to take a stand-up break or go right into the next one? Oh, there you go. All right. Okay. Daniel, would you like to say something?
Yes.
Please.
If I could just add one comment. There was a question that was asked about when you might want to retire. The attorney had a concern about that, I think correctly so. You can, however, ask a question of how long would you anticipate staying as the town manager?
There you go.
Which is a different way to ask the same
Walk around.
thing.
Perfect. Thank you very much. All right, we'll take a recess for 10 minutes.
All these notes that go into your file, right? The notes that we're making will stay with you. So we can send you a list of all of the process and we'll get them over to you.
What's she doing? No, that was good. No, we're good. I wish we had all written down. Well, I pointed this one.
Lynn, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute again until they're ready to start. I just wanted to test it.
Not a problem.
Our recess is over. Our next interview will be with Lynn Ladner. Where'd she go?
When you're done talking, her photo will come up.
Oh. Okay then.
As soon as she says anything.
Lynn, are you there?
I am here. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Oh, that's it.
Is it gonna keep doing that, Chief?
We can do it either way you want.
Why don't we just look at her?
I think just look at her too.
Can we do that?
That back and forth thing is gonna be
Is
like,
that better for you?
Yeah, that's, even that's great. Thank you very much. All right then. Brilliant. All right then, I'm going to start. And I would like to say, what piqued your interest in Ocean Ridge? And you know a lot about us by now. You have the inside track going on here. And what do you think you could do in a more permanent position going forward to assist us become a better municipality?
Sorry, I'm going to have to turn up my volume. I can't quite hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't hear you very well.
open the door.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, okay, I hear you very well. All right, I'm going to get the same question. So, what piqued your interest in Ocean Ridge, and what, that you know of us, which is quite a bit now that you've been sitting in that office for a while, do you think off the top of your head that you could do to assist us move forward to be a better municipality?
What piqued my interest? Well, I love working in small communities, and Ocean Ridge is a small community under 5,000. And what piqued my interest is that, as well as the fact that it has a very community-centered feel. The commissioners listen to the residents. There is a lot of community involvement. You see that in the meetings, as well as, there's community involvement in organizations in the community. When issues come up before the commission, you have all talked to the residents. That's very obvious. And just in my short time here, the residents make sure that they communicate not just with the commissioners, but with staff. I've had a lot of opportunities to go out and meet with residents, talk to them on the phone, meet with them here at Town Hall. And I love that interaction individually with the residents. I think it's very important that residents be involved in their local government, because local government is the closest that they're going to have to interaction with government. And my interest in government is, that true democracy, republic, one-on-one interactions with the people that are being governed. Things that I think that I can do, if I'm given the opportunity to stay here long term, continue to capitalize on that interaction, find ways to involve the residents further in different opportunities, make sure that they are heard. I know that we have a seasonal population that comes down during, what the Northerners consider to be the winter season, that may not feel that they are heard year round. And it's very important that they have the opportunity to make sure that they are heard when they are not in residence down here, that their issues that they have when they're at their summer residences, as they would call it, are as important as the people that are here year round, and that we take care of them. They are property owners, they are residents of the community, and that staff and the town manager gives them the same time and attention as the individuals that are here 12 months out of the year, as the individuals that are here 4, 5, or 6 months out of the year. I also think that as the permanent town manager, I can really help you with the different issues for sustainability. I've been able to work on that in different communities with different viewpoints, working in Michigan, in communities that had internal lakes, as well as working along Lake Michigan. I've dealt with coastal resiliency from a different standpoint, not ocean coastal resiliency, but the same types of climate issues where Lake Michigan has really had an impact on different areas, water rising and flooding areas, having an impact on the shoreline and what's going on to the houses in that area. Change in the way storms are affecting and eroding away the shoreline and impacting different, areas, and a need to preserve land, both in a conservation as well as the sand dune areas. A lot of people don't realize that there's a lot of sand dune areas along Lake Michigan that are being preserved both by local governments and the state government, so that they can keep from inland communities eroding away. You've got beachfront houses that are multi-million-dollar houses that are second homes along Lake Michigan that really have to be taken care of, and the local communities are having to work with people that those are second homes. They live in Chicago, they live in Detroit, they live in a lot of different communities, and they come to the Lake Michigan lakefront, and they are what you would call seasonal residents for the summer season, as opposed to the winter season where they come down to Ocean Ridge. And you deal with a different type of season, but it's definitely a seasonal resident. And I've worked with those type of residents. I am familiar with it, and I work well with those residents. I want to continue that. I've worked with police departments. I am very comfortable working, with a fully staffed and fully funded collective bargained police department. And I think the police chief and I work well together. The staff and I work well together, and I have had, I think, some great successes with some of our residents in helping them resolve some of their issues thus far, just in the short month that I've been here.
Thank you. Commissioner Fogg?
First, Lynn, I just want to thank you for stepping in as interim town manager. And then also thank you, you mentioned conflicts. Thank you for resolving a couple of conflicts between the building department and residents that seemed ludicrous, and you quickly and efficiently ended those conflicts. And we kind of watch you operate every day, so I'm not going to really interview you because every day you're interviewed basically. But I do have a question that you're in a unique place to answer, or unique expertise. What do you think of the Ocean Ridge Building Department, and why does it have so many conflicts with residents?
I think there are a lot of challenges both between the residents, the builders, the building department, because there's a lot of push and pull between the different sides. Supply chain is an issue. I believe personality conflicts have definitely come in the way. We've had some staffing issues. Obviously, Town Hall has been a little shorthanded between some personal issues of staff that have not been available as much as we would have liked them to have been. Some issues where staff could use some additional training. But I think those are all things that can be overcome. And if as we look down the road, we give staff the opportunity to overcome those. We work with the builders, we work with the property owners and our staff to work to overcome those. And if we can't find a way to move forward, we find compromises. And if necessary, we may have to make some changes. I am working on reaching out to some of the contractors that have said that they would not work in Ocean Ridge before, trying to get feedback from those contractors to see what it is specifically that those contractors have issues with, so that I can identify those. Because if we can identify what those issues are, if it is staffing issues, perhaps that's things that staff just needs trained on, whether it is conflict resolution, whether it is negotiation skills, whether it is better active listening skills. Those are things that we can train staff on. If it's, asking someone else to sit in on a meeting to help negotiate those meetings with contractor so that it goes smoother. Eventually, if that doesn't work, there may end up being a time where, we have to reshuffle or change staffing, but I hope that's not the issue. But as I said, we look for ways to make changes within the department from a training standpoint and work with all the parties involved to find the best resolution with the parties that we have and resolve the situation for the betterment of all, including finding a way to bring those contractors that say they will not work in the community anymore back to the community for the betterment of our residents and property owners.
Thank you, Lynn.
Commissioner Beachler?
And then, good to see you, as always. Thanks for reminding me about the ethics training.
Not a problem.
I need that. Let me follow up with a quick question about that building department, because that seems to be an ongoing line of questioning that comes from us and comes from the residents as well. Our building department, would you agree to my question there, or to my reasoning? The building department has a set of rules that it abides by. Those rules are typically set as ordinances that come right here from this bench. By applying the ordinances as they are written in code, in a book, would you agree that the building official, when he reads and interprets those, or not just interprets them, when he simply reads them and then applies them, that he does exactly what his job description is, or not?
Yes, most definitely. But when he's interpreting and applying those, sometimes the way he's communicating those can be misinterpreted, or depending upon the tone that he uses, it can be deemed confrontational or dismissive, which is why I want to speak to those contractors that have said they don't want to work here and identify what those issues are. And if those are the cases, potentially find training to assist the building department to get over those hurdles.
Fully agree with you. And actually, I had those conversations when Tracy was still here. Let me go in a different direction here. You mentioned conservation, flooding issues that you have in municipalities around Lake Michigan. What specifically did you do when you were in there as a manager to alleviate some of the problems with flooding, with erosion?
Some of the things that we did was purchase property if it was up for sale along the area, so that we could plan it with specific plants that were native to the area that would help prevent the erosion of that property. Things that had been previously used for other uses that made them more erosion friendly. A lot of times people had basically just torn them up, allowed any kind of recreational use on them, but didn't keep a consistent plant life on them, which allowed anytime there was a heavy rainfall for the topsoil and additional debris to erode into the lakes. So the city, if possible, would purchase that property or purchase the conservation rights to those properties so that we could go in and seed those with adequate cover plants. We planted rain gardens so that, you know, throughout our community, we could conserve different municipal properties for that. We actually created a shade, floating shade islands, as you would call them, on our municipal lake so that we could keep the water temperature down during the summer and provide shelter for the additional growth and breeding of different fish species so that we could expand our fishing along the inner. We had a 240-acre lake in the center of town, and we wanted to expand our fishing opportunities and potentially make it a area for people to come for fishing tournaments. So that was one of our different things that we did as part of our green opportunities. We expanded our shade trees and provided tree plantings to different areas in the community for people to plant trees in both their front and their backyards, as well as along the right-of-way to, again, provide for conservation and to reduce heat and things like that. We were a green city. We had our own electric utility, and despite the state's mandate that we be at 20% green energy compliant by 2023, we hit that by 2017 and continued to purchase green energy to supply to our residents and put in solar power, including for our municipal buildings, and had switched to automated meter reading, allowing our residents to do demand for any of their commercial installations so that they could do off-peak meter reading and adjust their commercial and industrial uses to reduce their electric loads.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pugh?
Hello, Lynn.
Hello.
Hello, Lynn. So I want to appreciate, I have to tell you, I really appreciate the forthright and candid answers you've given so far. Very refreshing. My one question would be, I'm stealing from the sample questions from and it would be, it's a very good one, since you've been the interim town manager for a while, I would presume that you would have thought, okay, if I get the job, what are my first items on my agenda to complete within the next 6 months? And so could you give us a rundown, if you did secure this job, what would you put on your priority list? Say, give me like example of 3 to 5 items.
3 to 5 items on the priority list. Moving forward with reestablishing contact with Boynton Beach on the potable water contract. I think that's very important. Right now, I know it's been on hold a lot because things have been sort of in flux and we've been on sort of a month to month, but that is not something that's really acceptable. But hand in hand with that is moving forward with the ARPA project that we have designated on the water mains and the importance of that fire line. So making sure that we move those two projects hand in hand together. At the same time, looking at doing an evaluation of all of our water lines. The city engineer and I sat down yesterday and we're discussing the ARPA project and the city's water lines. It's my understanding The city did a major water project in the 90s, but the original design and drawings for that have not been located, and that engineering firm that did that has since gone out of business. Came up with a couple of ideas, looking at how the city funded that, see if, depending upon how it was funded, if the funding source has a copy of at least the original design drawings, since we haven't been able to find that, or if through the laserfish scanning process, we find the documents through that process. So that we at least have the initial design drawings, if not the final as-built for that, get a better handle on our water infrastructure, and then as we do that, we can make the major repairs that we need to make sure that our water system is fully functional, has not only the water flow capacity to provide the redeveloped homes in Ocean Ridge with the water flow they need, but any multifamily developments that have or will be built in the near future, because we do have a couple of locations where most likely one area will be torn down and redeveloped, and there's a couple of other multifamily areas that may again be redeveloped. Make sure they have adequate flow for both residential as well as fire flow. Make sure that we have that. And once we've just got that all adequate, decide whether the town is in the best situation and bring in an advisor to do a full study to determine what is the best interest of the city. Do we want, and is it financially in the city's best interest to maintain and own a utility, a water utility, or is it in the city's best interest to sell off that utility and that asset? Have an outside independent third party make that evaluation for us rather than trying to do it based on the emotional and personal belief of whether or not we can handle starting up and operating utility and hiring the people to do so, or have the people on staff. Truly have it evaluated what the total costs to operate and maintain a utility would be versus the financial benefit return on the investment would be from selling that utility. So I think the potable water is probably the most important. So all the aspects of that, the Boynton Beach contract, at least in the short term, sign a short-term agreement for that, get the ARPA project done. And then also look, at the next step would be continuing the work of the Coastal Resiliency Project. I know the consultant, the main person that's been leading it from Boynton Beach, has announced she's leaving that position and moving out of state in December. So making sure that that project does not fall by the wayside and that we continue that work because it's extremely important. Continuing to look at the implications of the FEMA floodplain map and what that's doing to us and whether that gets fully adopted. That may take us well beyond 6 months, but I think those are probably the highest impact things that are going to, be important for Ocean Ridge over the next 6 to 18 months.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Baker?
All right. I think kind of to piggyback on, you've given us a really, I think, clear indication on why you love Ocean Ridge, what you think you can bring to the party. You've highlighted some of the issues, one of the main issues of the building department. I'm not so worried about disgruntled contractors. I am more focused on residents who are building their own homes. But that's just a side note for me because it came up a couple of times. I wouldn't discount it by any means, but it would not be a focus of mine. You've got a really great, well-rounded background, and I think some of the skills and some of the things that you did to help erosion of the lake really transfer over potentially to our coastal environment. And I agree that the water contract needs to be done. We have worked extensively and paid a group called Rapid Plus who has done a lot of homework, and I would not like to see that be put to the wayside and be reinvented by new advisors. So if you did feel like you needed to bring in an advisor to take out some of the personal opinions about it, I can totally understand that. Um, I guess those were more declaratory statements than questions. Having sat where you sat for, the last 30, 60 days, what would you say are very specifically and very concisely, three things that you feel like you have changed or accomplished or resolved that you'd like to tell us about?
Well, specifically, I established staff meetings that involved all of the town hall staff, all of the front hall staff, as well as the department heads, that will be taking place after each regular commission meeting. Got very good feedback after the October one. Brought everybody together, discussed what had happened after the October meeting, what had gone on in the commission meeting, what was going on in each of the departments, what anybody in town hall needed, what was going on. Made sure that everybody understood, any directions that had come from the commission, things like that. That was something new. I know Tracy had sort of done that informally, going out to lunch with just the department heads, but had not really discussed with all of the staff the ins and outs of what was going on and what had been discussed at the regular commission meetings. And as I said, I got really good feedback from everyone. We waited until after town hall was closed, the Tuesday after the commission meeting, so it didn't interrupt any of the operations for the town residents. And everybody had an opportunity to speak about what was going on, what kind of information they needed from any other of the departments, and really good interactions between all the departments. I've had an opportunity to go out and resolve a conflict with a resident and the property owner and the property manager, basically just as a go-between. Sat down with the building official, with Durrani. There was a property that it had been going back and forth for several months, trying to resolve an issue on a roofing issue. The property owner, the property manager reached out to me. I sat down with Durrani, asked him exactly what he needed, went out, talked to the property owner, had them show me the issue, came back, sat down with Durrani. We came up with a solution that would make both the property owner and property manager happy, as well as do exactly what Durrani needed within the code, and resolved that issue within 24 hours of that property owner reaching out to me, and all within the building code. And I think it was a win-win for the town. It was a win-win for the property owner, and it moved this project forward. Thirdly, I guess, had a property owner that was concerned, felt that they weren't sure about a property that was being built next to them, had not gotten any callback from the building department regarding construction work that was being done. Came into town hall, asked to speak to me, was concerned that the dirt work that was being done next door was going to be too high, was going to flood their property. I was able, based on my experience, having been in charge of planning and zoning as the zoning administrator, use the landscaping plans, take it into the commission chambers, lay it out next to the property owner, and show him where the drainage areas were shown on the landscape plan, how it was all called for, that it was within the FEMA, new floodplain lines, that yes, the house next door was going to be built up higher than their property, but that the drainage was accounted for, that it would stay on their property, and that, you know, when the land development plan was put in place, when, you know, the site plan was approved, that the planning and zoning and the building department had reviewed everything, they had taken into consideration any drainage issues, and that there should not be any issues for their property. He was very thankful that somebody had taken the time to show him the actual drawings and what was happening next door. And he and his wife went home very pleased with what they had seen. So I think, you know, having somebody here in town hall that's willing to take time and meet with the residents either at their property or when they come to town hall, I think that shows, you know, my commitment to truly being involved with the community and helping them resolve their questions, concerns, or issues on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you. All right. My last question would be, how would you approach the need to build consensus on the commission? A little work between you and us, so to speak.
Sorry, how will I approach my need to build successes on the commission?
No. Good luck with that one. Build consensus.
Oh, build consensus.
Take some consensus here.
I'm glad I clarified the question. I will continue to meet as much as I can with each of you, as I did at the October meeting. Handed out a small, quick survey of questions, asking for feedback from you. The best way to communicate with you, which I think is important, continue to communicate with you, discuss what I am hearing from the residents in terms of what's going on in town. That way, if the residents themselves have not reached out to you, continue to have the one-on-ones that Tracy established with you before the commission meetings, so that you have an opportunity to speak to each of the staff members, so that if you've got any questions about an item that is on the commission agenda, you have that opportunity to get feedback from them. And continue to be completely available and help you understand, without any type of violation of the Sunshine Law, what is going on in town hall, what the residents throughout the community are thinking, so that you can have a better understanding of what the other commissioners are hearing from the community and from staff, so that you can have that consensus without ever violating Sunshine, because you all have the same information.
Thank you very much. Mr. Claus, anything else?
No.
Commissioner Beachler?
Good.
Commissioner Pugh? Vice Mayor DeMesa? Thank you, Lynn. Most informative. We'll end up early, way early. But thank you very much for everything you're doing for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I am truly enjoying it, and I do hope to continue for many years.
Thanks again. Appreciate it. All right, then. So we are off early. Shall we now?
What's the schedule? Is it
That was
lunch
10
time?
to, let's see. 10
This conference will now be recorded.
Yes, that is 3 times the size.
Me too.
And it's full.
And then I have Skynet as well.
Yeah, it's funny. I always know about spaces. Everyone else had rules. I
Files.
yes, use like and
I have important files.
the only problem is you gotta remember
You've
which
seen
one to find.
Commissioner Pugh wandering?
Can you hit the Okay,
Go back to being on time.
what number is
It's number three.
it's number 3?
Well, I would give myself that.
No. Yeah.
Get that other book. Shall we? Recess is over. We will continue with our interview of Raymond Bossert. Good afternoon. It's not afternoon, it's close. Good morning, Mr. Bossert. Welcome.
Morning,
Yes?
ma'am. Nice to see you all. I got you. Yes, ma'am.
Fabulous. All right, we'll start our interview process here. My first question is, what interested you in coming to Ocean Ridge? And what, by your research by now, has shown you a little something, do you think that you could do to assist us in moving forward to a better municipality?
So no, I was been researching potential positions, and Ocean Ridge is not only the characteristics, but I think the challenges ahead seemed very appealing to me, and I know I have the background to address a lot of the issues that you all have been talking about the past few months. I've listened to a lot of your videos, town council meetings, and gather some data that way. But just the character of the community, the size of the community, it's I'd rather, even though the qualifications, you could look for bigger cities. I'd rather focus on a community where direct impact to citizens is immediate and can be actually registered very quickly. So I appreciated the community with Ocean Ridge. And I think just my background in leadership and strategic planning and engineering, community engagement brings a lot to the table when it comes to engaging our citizens for the benefit of the town. And
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Foss, do you have a question for the gentleman?
Welcome. What do you welcome? What do you want us to call you?
you can go by Boz, sir. Boz or Ray. You start saying Raymond, I start looking on my back to my mom or something. So.
Okay, Buzz. So I read your material and I got so much stuff in my brain. I just have a quick question on finances. I see that you had a $6 million budget and $55 million in incremental tax, et cetera, et cetera. Have you put together a budget in any of the jobs that you have?
Sure. So prior in my military time, working at the Pentagon Corps of Engineers, you're talking multi-million-dollar budget management, the level that I was at the colonel level. So it was really compiling the budgets for the final approval and then managing that budget at the village level here in municipal government. As I'm also the finance director for our village, so not only the administrator but the finance director. So when it comes to any strategic planning with the budget, any proposals, any long-range planning, as well as the preparation of the budget annually, we're doing that right now. Ours is an annual one, a fiscal year, or calendar year, I should say. I've put together those. This is my third one now, put together with this village. Very comfortable in the management of it. I have a treasurer that actually executes the day-to-day operations, so I do not get involved in that. But as soon as it leaves her world and comes into the world of village management, village engagement, long-term planning, very comfortable in that world. And really, I like to be able to present it in a simplistic reader version to our citizens, so we can have those one-on-one engagements when we talk budget, rather than just looking at spreadsheets all day long. So.
Great. I should have introduced myself, by the way, Steve Cause.
Yes, sir. Nice to meet you.
So I actually did quite a bit of research because you have a fascinating resume.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, you've had a lot of experiences in different parts of America. So the one thing that I'm curious about is you obviously have done this in a military capacity and now as a town manager. So you have a regimented way of doing things, let's say. So how does that military background, which I don't want to use the word flexibility, the military background, which is regimented in your approach to things, how does that interface with a civilian population, particularly in this town, which we live in paradise, so little problems become big problems. So how do you think your military background would interface with the residents of the town?
Sure. No, and that's a great question. The last 10 years of my military career at the senior level, I was engaged basically more on the civilian side of our military as well as our government in DC, our legislatures, our senators, interaction with FEMA and so on. I really left the world of the camouflage and was dealing one-on-one in a capacity working with citizens and working that way. So I'm very comfortable in that format, in that engagement style. When it comes to a town management environment, honestly, it's very similar to the military when you run a town. You have departments, you have to put out guidance, you have to put out strategic vision, and then you move the town's forces or the employees towards that goal. But at the same time, you're keeping the number one customer in mind, your citizens. I serve at the pleasure of the board, but I work for the citizens. That's been my mandate since day one. And so as the military, you bring the routine, the regiment, the direction, the leadership, the motivation, the inspiration. You bring that to the job, but you're still looking at a citizen on the other side of your table, face to face, and having to engage in that way. You're not ordering anybody to include staff. You're not giving a do this or this. It's really you're building the team to make everything happen, and you're trying to relay that same information to our citizens that we're all going forward together.
So can you give us an anecdote of a situation that you were sent into to work with civilian government or civilians to resolve, be it a catastrophe, be it a problem that you had to get involved with?
Sure. I mean, very early, I've done numerous since then, but it's my early indoctrination, I'll say, that's really set my tone, was Hurricane Andrew. We're talking years now. Y'all know that. So I was a young lieutenant that was sent to Homestead from the 82nd Airborne, and there were no military forces other than my forces around. Every one of my engagements was with a citizen, a government, police department, and it really set the tone with me that you have to talk differently, you have to work differently, but you're all doing the same thing for the same goal. So it was really very beneficial. I was there for 2 months working on the rehabilitation of the Homestead area and so on, and it really set my gauges throughout the rest of my career that interaction with citizens, civilians, I am not hindered or hampered by that. And I can't say that for the rest of my peers because they stay in a very blue or green world for their entire career. I had a very interesting career that I was able to bounce back and forth in different genres. So
yeah, that's exactly what I was getting towards. Can you give us a more recent, I'm trying to get a feel for how you are today. Can you give us a more
Sure.
recent and hurricane? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So, I mean, my first few months on this position here, there was the impending fear of, wait a minute, they just hired this retired military colonel, and he's going to come in here and slash and burn and give orders and do everything. Within days upon my arrival, it was a team environment, and they knew that. Yeah, they knew I was the boss, the city manager, the town manager. They knew that I had to stay informed, but they also knew that it was more of a collaboration, teamwork approach for a goal, not a dictatorial environment. So I could quickly calm the nerves of the staff very quickly, and it was even more important to explain my style to my citizens. And I did that through coffees, just walking around. I got a small village, 1,800 residents. I can drive it in a few minutes. So we would usually walk everywhere. So knocking on doors, introducing myself, and engaging that style. Obviously, the military is a good segue into a discussion, but then it quickly turned into, well, how can I work for you today to make your life good as well as the village good, the city good? So,
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Beasley?
Good morning. How are you doing?
Morning, sir.
My name is Anthony Michalek. I'm one of the commissioners here. First off, thank you for your long service to this country.
Thank you, sir.
My questions, and I guess you're going to get that from most likely everybody, is, you know, the military versus civilian.
Sure.
It is probably on everybody's forefront. Very good answers. I like your answers. You've been in Port Edwards since 2019.
Yes, sir. That's when I started here toward the beginning of the end of 19. Yes, sir. Yeah.
What is your motivation of leaving that job right now and applying here in Ocean Ridge?
Sure. So I made it once I left the military, which was at the same time frame. I was honored to get some propositions from job offer in Alaska, Oregon, North Dakota, and then here. What drew me here was my wife's family is a Wisconsin family. So this was the first time in my entire career that we lived in a proximity to one of our family groups, mine or hers. So it really drove, irregardless of the position, it drove the location. But I also made it very clear to my board here that this is not my forever home nor my retirement job. I will do this job to the best of my ability, 100+%, and do it well for many years. But I'm looking for, and to me, it seems like not only Florida, but Ocean Ridge is the forever home where I got a lot of runway left. Yeah, I'm retired from the military. I'm not sitting on the beach with my kids playing sandcastle. I got a lot of runway left. I would like to find a place, a position where I can establish myself, stay there for longevity, but at the same time, I have very young kids. I have a 5th grader and a 2nd grader. So I want to be able to bring them up in a community that's close-knit, that's safe, secure, and then we're all proud to be members of that community. And that's kind of what I'm looking for, hence the reason why this is kind of was an intermediate position to move on to the final position.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back a little bit later.
Okay. Commissioner Pugh?
All right. Turn on microphone here. Welcome, Ray.
Yes, sir.
My name is Jeff Pugh. I'm a commissioner here at Ocean Ridge. I have 2 questions. One, I noticed on your application you had FEMA training. Would you explain that, what that is?
So part of the military courses was to be enrolled in all the FEMA classes from the 100 level up to the 800 level. So I've completed all that. I keep current on all that. What happened at the probably about 6 years ago, I was an instructor at the Army War College, which is our senior service college. And in that environment, I instructed disaster assistance and relief towards an emergency in America as well as overseas. So I was the senior instructor teaching the entire U.S. Army how to do that. So obviously great close networking with FEMA to make sure our curriculum matched their curriculum, and then just stayed current with that because we go to a war in military every so often. We're responding to natural and man-made disasters in the homeland all the time. So we have to have good knowledge of how that works, and then that's where my start was, and I've just stayed current with all that information. So.
All right, great. Now, second question, thank you. Second question is, you said that you were listening to the town hall meetings, and I'm sure you did some investigation in the town of Ocean Ridge. What did you glean off that? And what do you think, if you came in as a town manager, you would put into action from what you've heard from those town meetings and what you've read about the town?
Sure. You don't have any broke systems, not at all. You have a very well-staffed and organized process that you're going through. What I did pick up with is there's probably needs to put some energy into some long-range planning septic to sewer, some development issues, or what I would say is collaborative development with your surrounding communities. That takes a lot of energy. That takes someone that not only knows the current basis of the town, but knows where the town wants to go in the future. So that was really the two things that my take on the meetings was. There was a lot of day-to-day fights. And where I try to lead my board here is that I need y'all's brain power to be looking out. Get out of that day-to-day and looking out. That makes us all successful. So that's just my take on it. That's why you all get elected, is to bring your powers to try to get the best setting for the town in the future. But that day-to-day minutia, that's what you pay me for and my staff, and we're supposed to execute that. So.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner DeHazer?
Hi, Boz. How are you?
Morning. Yes, ma'am. Doing good.
I like the ma'am. I'm an Air Force brat, so I get your
All right. Well, I won't hold that against you. Air Force, we need them too.
I know, but you used the analogy of runway, so I thought that might be helpful yet. So, impressive background. Obviously, a lot of your skills from the military and your unique walk in the military, not only being as a colonel, but also having that interaction with the civilian side. All those skills transfer. There's no question about that. I think that's been mentioned a couple of times here. At reading through, and 2 years is, I guess, enough time for you to decide whether or not moving from the military and jumping into civic duty and town management was a good jump or a bad jump. So the fact that you're actually interviewing, I presume it was a good jump.
Oh, very much so. Yes. Yeah.
And there are a lot of parallels and crossovers. Looking at the village administrator duties, do you actually have a police force and a fire department?
So we have 1,800 residents. I have a full-time police force, eight members. We have some part-timers. I have a full-time fire department. I'm sorry, full-time chief, but we have part-time serving fire department, but they live in the village. They're on call every day doing stuff. With also our ambulance service, public works department, and then a general government. Then we actually have a judge and a few other extraneous positions. But yeah, I wear the hat as administrator, zoning administrator, finance director. As the village administrator up here, we got to wear many hats because we got kind of small staffs. So.
And I saw that, and that's very parallel. It looks like you had 37 village employees. I think we're at 30 or 31. So I think it's a good cross. Obviously, this is a hidden gem. Have you ever been to Ocean Ridge before?
Not Ocean Ridge. My mother and sister still live in Boynton Beach. I grew up there early in my life before I went to the military, but they've stayed there their entirety. So we always visit them, obviously yearly, drive or fly down. And then my only other time in Florida was when I was assigned to Tampa at the Central Command at Fort MacDill Air Force Base.
I was born in MacDill, so okay. So you're really moving from one family in Wisconsin to more family here in Boynton.
Yeah, it's my turn, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Understand that, having never lived by family necessarily.
And my wife and kids are fine with it. It's closer to Disney.
That is true. That is true. In 2 years is, you're just getting your feet wet, truthfully, in the village that you're in. What would you say has been, a challenge for you to overcome? Once you got them on your team and they realized that you weren't going to come in and change everything and lay down a bunch of military rules, what would you say, whether it was a specific water main break or a disgruntled resident or an unhappy commissioner, what would you say would have been one of your biggest challenges?
It really wasn't with an actual event or topic or problem. It was really, and I'm almost positive it's got to be the same in Ocean Ridge, just the proximity of your community, the size of your community. It's just very set in their ways, very close knit, very well. Let's not upset the apple cart because it's not needing to be fixed. We think it's working right. So the biggest walls to bring down was basically getting this village to start thinking a little bit outside the box on well, let's collaborate with the county and let's use some resources. Let's partner up with our neighboring city, and I don't need to buy a bucket truck. Let me just use theirs and we just do a partnership, save some money. It was really just getting them out of a stovepipe world, because it used to be an old paper mill town and the paper mill closed down. But they were kind of set in their ways of, we like to do everything by ourselves and manage ourselves. So that was the biggest struggle, is informing them that there's other ways to do it. We may be doing it well, but we can do it better. So let's go this way. Economic development. They rarely did it, if at all. Right now, we got a small little business district. I'm just opening up a restaurant next door. I got a massage therapy place coming in next door in our little downtown district, and they really, as government, kind of stayed out of that, because they said, well, that's business. Well, in this environment, government sometimes need to help business get established and then back out. So it was really just cracking down those walls, and then everyone bears the fruits of everyone's labor. So.
Thank you. Hello, Bob, the mayor again. So I have another question for you. How would you approach the need to build consensus on the town commission, that relationship between the town manager and the town commission?
Sure. So obviously it's a critical, a very important, fully transparent relationship between your manager and the commission. A massive flow of information back and forth. I'd rather, fill your inboxes with you having the ability to hit delete, rather than you saying, where's that thing? And so I always do that with communication with my board, and also in our meetings. It's a fully transparent dialogue. When I speak, I should be speaking for all of us. And same when you speak, I shouldn't hear any surprises, because we're all we're moving down the same path. So it's really, communication is critical. Character is critical on my part, that I will be professional. I will continue with my schooling, my education, my engagement with our professional organizations within the state and so on, and just maintain my level of expertise. And then it's just communication between not only y'all, because I serve at your pleasure, but I have to be there and fully available and be able to articulate what we're having a discussion about, right to the first citizen that walks in my door with a cup of coffee, wants to sit down and chat, or I find on the street somewhere talking. We need to all have the same messaging. So I think it's really just a fully transparent communication back and forth, that if you got a bug in your ear, you want to bend my ear or something, or I'm not providing enough information, let's hear about it, and I'll make sure you get what you need to make the right informed decision.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Claus?
How many council people are there on your council?
I got 7, and one of them's a president. They're elected every 2 years. Yeah.
And my second question, which you might have answered and I didn't catch the answer. You guys have a judge?
We do. We have a municipal judge that deals with all our.
What does the judge do?
He handles my ordinance in violations, infractions. So if there's an ordinance concern, it goes to him. Anything with traffic, he handles. And that really keeps his plate full.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Vishwa?
You mentioned your village is 1,800, 2,000 people?
Yes, sir.
And your staff on police is only 8 officers? You need to be speaking with chief.
Yeah, no, it's
We have 18.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
if you hire me and chief will have to have some talks. So. No, it's yes, sir. I mean, we do have the top cover of our sheriff's department, which is right next door to us. We're right next to the county seat, so I have a county sheriff that patrols our area as well. So that proximity helps. But very little crime, very little issues with a lot of problems. So our police force covers everything adequately, and everyone's happy. So
I'm sure you don't have A1A going through your town either.
We don't have that. No, you're exactly right.
You guys have a building department? A building department?
Building inspectors?
Yeah, like a building official that reviews
Yes.
plans, construction plans, and then
Yeah,
goes
we
out.
Yeah, so we actually contract out the actual inspecting part for commercial and residential. It's a local person from our larger city to our north, but all the administrative work, we have a clerk that does that in my office here. So they work hand in hand between me and our public works director.
And the ordinances, I assume, come straight from the village board.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. They obviously own them, and I'm the one that's either updating them or proposing a new one for review after obviously our lawyer looks at it. But that I deal with ordinances every day. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm good.
Commissioner Pugh, you good? Vice Mayor DeVito? I'm good. Oh, all right then. Is there anything you'd like to add before we bring this to a close?
You know, I've the job application says a few of the critical future issues that y'all are wanting to address, or the next town manager to address. I guess I would like to hear from even one of y'all, even you, to include you, Mayor, is if there was one hot topic that you would want the town manager to take by the scruff of the neck day one, what would it be?
Well, if you're asking me individually, I would like to move forward on the septic to sewer conversion.
Yep.
And you know what? That's a good question. Martin, do you have something that you would like to say? You want to add one to the gentleman's question?
I'm actually septic to sewer. I think is one of our biggest issues, and the financial implications that it brings along with it. And and that goes deeper into it, which is really the future and viability of this town, given that we have challenges, sea level rise, climate change challenges that we're facing over the next 50 years. Looking into the future, as you said, we need to be looking a little bit further down the road than just the next budget cycle. That's kind of on my mind too. Every time I think of this town.
Okay, Steve, do you have anything you want to say? Yes, nothing? Vice Mayor?
It wouldn't be the hottest topic or number one, but we are transitioning and changing a lot of our policies and procedures to accommodate new software that we're bringing in. And, you know, at one point, we need as much as we can expedite the software, although it seems to be impossible with vendors right now, is to then make sure that the people that are administrating these new software packages are really the people that should be doing it. You know, we've kind of organically grown from a small town into being a little bit more buttoned up and precise. So I would say that, it's not the hottest topic by any means, and the back end septic to sewer, that has to be done in conjunction with our negotiation for our water mains and our lines. So there's, smaller boots on the ground, and then there's, I think you hit the nail on the head, some long range planning that we need to do. We could probably pull out a report that you did in 2000. I think you had a great long range plan, and we're here 22 years later, and I think only about 10% of it was ever implemented. So, yeah.
Get my gas on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, then. Thank you very, very much for your time and effort, sir.
Thank you much. I appreciate the opportunity to just do this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. I will put a motion for the commission to recess until 1:30 because that is when our
Second.
All right. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Nay. Carries. We are recessed. Well, then we have to call.
This conference will now be recorded.
I'll entertain a motion for the commission to return to session at exactly what time?
So moved.
Second.
Everybody in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? We will move forward. Good afternoon, Mr. Tibbs. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourselves?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm Mayor Hurlbert, and I'm going to start with the questions, and we're just going to move on down the line. So let me ask you this. What piqued your interest in Ocean Ridge, and what do you think off the top of your head, assuming that you did your homework here on our little town, do you think you could do to assist us to move forward to be a better municipality?
I think what, first of all, got my interest is looking at what you're talking about, the top issues in Ocean Ridge. Exactly, community character, environment, working on community pride, how to do continuing structure improvements, infrastructure improvements, and obviously the septic to sewer conversation that's going on. Those are all issues that I'm very familiar with. Like I said, in Moorhaven, we've had dealing with those same issues. One of the big issues that we have here is the Lake Okeechobee. They have that Basin Management Action Plan, which is basically a 3-year plan to not just clean up the lake, but start preventing nutrients and other pollutants from getting into the lake. So we have had we've basically tackled the septic to sewer issue, and we're fortunate enough to get major funding to do those projects. We have other drainage projects going on for the Caloosahatchee River, which we're adjacent to. So we're heavily involved in that issue, and I believe, like I said, you're facing some of those same issues over there. We're trying to also develop the city. It's never been, I won't say neglected, but it's been in a state of has not grown any in a long period of time. But the problem is there's no area you can annex to, so you have to work on improvements within. And like I said, I mentioned some of the other infrastructure improvements. One of the things that I've been very fortunate to be involved in is being able to get funding for different programs through different state agencies, and hopefully I can lend a hand in that part of it. And then finally going back to the community character, I think probably need maybe a good strategic plan. Sit down and decide what Ocean Ridge is going to look like, in a 5-year period, maybe a 10-year period, and then start working on what you need to get there.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Cos?
My name's Steve Cos, Larry, Town Commissioner. Thank you. My name's Steve Cos, Town Commissioner. I noticed that you've been at City of Moorhaven since I guess almost 22 when you moved in there. What have you had to deal with during the past 9 months that's of note in Moorhaven?
Well, we've had to deal with, we've had seepage from the Caloosahatchee River back into the city. Basically City Hall sits adjacent to the banks of the Caloosahatchee. We've had seepage coming in there. We're having flooding issues that we've had to deal with, and trying to upgrade some of our services. As I mentioned, one of the things that we're doing is septic to sewer. Well, we have to work on upgrades to the sewer plant to handle the increased capacity, and then obviously most recently with Hurricane Ian, we provide electric to the city, and we've had to deal with recovery efforts from losing several of the electric accounts there. So, and during this period of time, like I said, I think I mentioned that we were able to submit a grant through the State Department of Economic Opportunity to redevelop the downtown area, and also funding through the state legislature this past session for drainage improvements in the downtown area.
So on your resume, you've got a lot of different cities you've interacted with, and generally as let's call it a town administrator or town manager. Which one of these cities do you think most closely resembles Ocean Ridge and what Ocean Ridge is facing?
Well, I believe, as far as the issues you're facing, I think Moorhaven is probably very similar, both in size and that. Now the demographics are different. Obviously, this area has been around agricultural, so the development has been a lot less than other areas, but I think as far as issues, Warhaven probably is a good similar to what's going on in Ocean Ridge, as far as the environmental and structural issues. Your economic development and that kind of thing is obviously a little different, because you're looking probably to preserve quality of the city and services, that kind of thing, whereas Warhaven is more interested in trying to expand them.
And in your role as city manager in Moorhaven, how much interaction with residents is there?
Continuous. I mean, if this is a small area, there's golf carts are allowed in the city, throughout the city. We have a park next to City Hall. There, it's the main feature. So you have residents walking and attending different events, constantly throughout the city. It's basically, and we have some younger people, but it's a lot of families and older people, so they're out and about, and so they stop by City Hall. We're kind of a central point for them too, because we provide water, sewer, electric, garbage, those kind of things. So we're the central point for bills, for sending out bills, doing those kind of things. So there is a constant contact with residents of the city.
Thank you.
Commissioner Beachler?
Hello, how you doing? My name is Mark from Vishalek, one of the commissioners here in Ocean Ridge. First off, thank you for your service. Greatly appreciated. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to be the one asking you the hard question, I guess. Obviously, I'm sure you're aware that when one Googles your name, the Inspector General's report from Broward County pops up. I would like to get your statement to that, if possible.
Well, first of all, I'll say that the report was done in 2012, primarily dealt with 2011. I was not there during that time. I left in 2010. So, a good of that report was dealt with, the period after I was gone. But I will say that the whole situation kind of deteriorated because during the height of the recession, you had changes on the city commission and folks that come in the height of the recession, and all of a sudden just wanted to continue to spend. And, it wasn't any holding back. So it was kind of a situation where things were going to go down the tube fairly quick. I said, I intended to leave earlier than I did, and I was talked into staying a little longer, but like I said, unfortunately, there wasn't much I could do about it. In addition, they wouldn't cut expenses, and also out, spending reserves to essentially start paying for operating expenditures, and you can't do that.
I understand that. The report from the Inspector General is painting a little bit of a different picture here. If I may read specifically, the ORG investigation determined that the city former finance director, Larry Tetsu, under the authority of former city manager Anita Fain Taylor, continued to propose inflated revenue estimates that ignored the downturn of the economy and multiple financial red flags, while actual city revenues were declining by the millions. Mr. Titz employed various maneuvers to supply inflated and unsupported estimates and a fictitious revenue budget for over $18.6 million. The OIG investigation also substantiated allegations that the city's CRA funds were improperly used to pay city operations. Finally, our investigation found that although the city elected officials were misled about the city's financial conditions, they also failed to properly review and comprehend written reports submitted by the independent auditors. So My major concern coming out of the public field and running public company is when you're using alternative accounting methods in order to make something look better than what it actually is. That I know it's almost common these days, but I still, in my own ethical mind, find that as deceptive. So, is that how would you answer this report, this particular statement?
Well, first of all, going back to, by the charter, the city manager was responsible for submission of the budget. I did prepare reasonable budgets. They never got past that. So, so the statement that I prepared artificial budgets, that was not quite true. I did prepare those budgets. They were changed. They were updated, prior to going to the commission. In addition, that the last year I was there, I was proposing major cuts in the budget to try to deal with that. They never got past the city manager's office. So, I agree with what you're saying. It does look, they're painting that period. Well, not all, that happened at the tail. A lot of that happened, like I said, after I left, but also, like I said, during that period of time when things were bad, things never got submitted. That the use of the CRA money, that was done after I left. That was not done during the time I was physically there. They started transferring CRA money to pay general operating expenses of the city. So I mean, that's kind of how I have to answer it. I did do a long, I won't say rebuttal, but I did a long report that was sent in attached to that. One of the things that I would say that, or as the IG, that my main interview with them was over the phone interview, where they, I'm not sure how much data they got down from me or not, but like I said, that's kind of, I guess, where I stand on that. Is I did make attempts to reduce budgets, but it never happened.
I gotcha. My other question would be, you're currently with the city of Moorhaven for the last 10, 11 months, since November 21. What's your motivation of switching jobs at this point?
Well, I do, I still live in Palm Beach County, so I would like to get back over there, and that's a prime reason. I'm doing my best to get Moorhaven, started in the right direction, but that's my biggest motivation is getting back to Palm Beach County, and I do feel that that I'd be a good fit for Ocean Ridge, because I think I have many of those experiences that you do need there.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Commissioner Pugh?
Hello, Mr. Tibbs, Jeff Pugh, Commissioner. I got a couple questions for you. One of them, the first question I have for you is, let's go back to that septic sewer conversion you did, and you did that in Moorhaven? You completed the septic to sewer conversion?
We're about halfway through the process.
And are you the one that did the grant writing and basically was a spearhead on getting that financing through the state or federal level?
No, that grant was in place prior to me getting here. However, the same, I was aware of it because the same consultants that we used previously had put together this grant, and so I was familiar with it. But no, that grant was in place prior to my arrival. The two grants that have been awarded since that I've participated in was the $1.9 million project through DEO for the reconstruction of the and drainage of the downtown area.
Okay. Changing direction, in the town, if you're to become a town manager, how do you, deal with, resident disputes between, say, the building department and the resident? Are you someone who jumps in and, mediates that, or takes care of that, or do you let the manager of that department deal with that? How is that handled in your?
Well, obviously, you support the manager of the department, because they're professionals, but to do what they can. But if it comes down to really serious differences, that you can't resolve, yes, you get in and try to mediate to try to see what's there and what possibly what you could do, because you owe that, like I said, you owe the support to the department head, but you also certainly owe support to the residents. So I think you have to let them do their job, but then you come in and see what can be done.
Okay, so
one of the things that that, for example, a building official probably sometimes may miss is that, okay, if something may need a zoning change, that's maybe something that you can look at if it's proposing a zoning change or something like that, if it's something that's the right thing to do. And obviously that has to come back to you for approval, but
All right, so also in your application, you wrote here, town hall should be a place that residents view as an open to come and discuss any issues that arise and enhance a sense of community pride. So does that mean that you're amenable to people coming in and discussing issues with you personally, the residents? Is that something your office is open to the residents of Ocean Ridge?
Absolutely. Like I said, it's a small place. It's open all the time. And, like I said, right adjacent to us is a park and a water park and that kind of thing. So a lot of times, when they're over here, they will drop in, and we're open to discuss, meet with them, all the time. Meanwhile, we have a couple of people here in the office that are super long time residents here, and so we try to make it a comfortable place for people to come in and be able to talk.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Vice Mayor DeHaven?
Good morning, Mr. Tibbs, and thank you for your years of service. I'm an Air Force brat, so I know how it goes. Couple of questions about Moorhaven, just to try to get a familiarity to see how it is similar or dissimilar to Ocean Ridge, because it looks like the majority of your civic career has been as a finance director and really, zoning in on budgets and purchasing and finance, which is an extremely critical function for a city manager, but I don't consider it the only one that is necessary. So your resume states that you have 21 full-time employees. Do you have police and dispatch?
No, we have the sheriff, the Glades County Sheriff provides our police services through a contract.
Got you. And with your sewer and electric and and sanitation and water, those are not utilities that the town has. Those are utilities that you bring in, I'm presuming, as a small town from neighboring communities?
But we have a, as I mentioned, we have a wastewater treatment plant, or typically a sewer plant that we operate. We have a water plant that we operate. We have basically a water distribution crews, which are out there, fixing things. Electric, we do purchase electric and distribute it out to the residents. So like I said, the only thing we don't produce is electricity. That's resale.
Understood. And of the 21 employees, how many of them are department heads and direct reports?
2.
Okay. And I'm presuming one of those is the chief of police?
No, like I said, we contract with.
I'm sorry. Okay.
The 2 are the city clerk and a public works director who essentially oversees the entire operation out there.
Okay, just piggybacking on what I had stated earlier, obviously the bulk of your career outside of the military is as a very strong finance and budget person. I guess my question is, what made you transition into city management, and what was the biggest surprise and or has been the biggest challenge? Because they're very, in my mind, they're associated, but they're not twins. So.
Well, I think as being a finance director, you're not only doing books, but you have to really know how every department in the city operates, what they do, what makes them function, all that, to be able to. So you have to know that to be able to and understand that. So you do have that understanding of what building does, what zoning does, what even getting into Parks and Rec and Public Works and those kind of things. I've had the opportunity to be acting interim city managers, town managers. I've been acting Public Works directors at other places, for a period of time, and so had that kind of exposure. And then going back to the Air Force, I've had a lot of management experience, and management and leadership experience. So I think that all that, really it helps make you a broader person. And as I think I mentioned in my cover letter, that with the city of Belle Glade, we didn't have a project manager, so I ended up managing a host of projects for road reconstruction, road resurfacing, drainage type things. So I think it gives you a lot of exposure to other areas.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My other question would be, from what you know of Ocean Ridge, what do you think should be your highest priorities in the first 6 months here on the job?
Well, probably one of the, I think key things is to find out, the septic to sewer issue, how exactly where you're at, and what are you under any kind of mandates, that kind of thing, just to try to find out exactly. Every area has a schedule for complying with the keeping waterways clean, keeping nutrients and that, to see where you are, because a lot of them are 3-year plans that you have to have things. So just trying to find out exactly how, where you're at with that kind of thing, and then the rest of I guess the other thing is just getting in as quick as you can to understand the town culture and hear what people expect. So I think it's been a great deal of time listening, as much as possible to find out, try to get some idea what people want.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Foz?
All set.
Commissioner Beasley, do you have another question?
All good. I'm good.
Commissioner Field? Good. Is there anything you'd like to ask from us?
No, I thank you for the opportunity of being able to make this meet with you today, and like I said, I hope things go well for the future.
Well, thank you very much for your time and your service. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
You too.
What time are we going to do? I moved from 2:30 to. Was it another meeting again? I don't think so. She was at her other job, so she was going to try to get.
Right, but she's working.
Yeah,
right now.
she's working. Yeah, she's working.
Yeah, but you could text her and just by chance see, if not, we'll.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not her fault. If she can, move forward and hear from Mr. Clayman while we wait to hear back from Mr. Berger on the process.
Madam Mayor and members of the commission, while you're waiting for your next interview, let me pass out another copy of a document which I emailed to all of you, which proposes you have, no, the other one.
This one?
You probably have that too.
Yeah.
Looks like that one.
Yeah. I got it.
There's whole forests that died for this process.
And just in the interest of saving time, I'd have this conversation with you after your last interview. But since you have a few minutes, I've suggested a process you can use to narrow the list of candidates. This was prepared when the assumption was you would have 6 candidates, and your goal would be to get down to probably 3 or 4 or 5, perhaps. Just to review the document on item 1, based on conversation with the town attorney's office, it is suggested that you move the 2 candidates with veterans preference to the final interview process. So that would be the first 2 candidates that would be on your list. And then following that in step 2, I would suggest that each one of you identify from the 3 remaining candidates the candidate you consider to be the best to be added to the final list. And because you're probably at a point in the process where it's good for you to hear from each other about why, because this is a group decision, I've suggested that each one of you identify your top candidate and why that person is your top candidate. Share that information with the rest of the commission. And then to go through a process, when you get 3 votes, you put that person on the final interview list, and then you run through that process again for as long as you want to add people to the list. So you could wind up with either 3 candidates, or 4, or 5. I suppose if you all know already you want to interview all 5, you don't have to go through that process, but I don't know that you know that yet.
We had to interview one more.
Yes, you do.
I have a question. Can I interrupt you one second? I have a question for Kristen. So we didn't do our due diligence in having the 2 veterans on the Zoom? Because that's my question. Why do we have to then automatically put them on to the final?
Because the way the veteran preference works is, and the way that you guys have historically done this with really selecting the best candidate without doing a point system, which is what we recommend. The point system becomes a little bit more confusing because then you have veterans preference that you have to address through your point system. So doing a selection based on best candidate is recommended, but when you bifurcate sort of your interview, because originally the process was going to be 1 final interview once you whittle it down, but once you decide to do sort of a 2-tiered interview process, by selecting best candidate along with the veterans preference requirement, they automatically get that preference. And since the decision was made that they meet the basic qualifications, they get bumped up to the final interview.
All right.
Right.
That's what I said too.
So, I guess I should turn this on. Yeah. So what if we don't move one to the final round?
The veteran? Yes, they have to, right?
No.
It's highly recommended that you do, and it's mandated by law. So if you don't, ultimately it's your decision, but I would encourage you to
I thought it was
go to the
encouraged,
final.
not mandated.
No, they automatically will get moved, but we've had the opportunity to speak with them and get the first run, and then we'll make our decision after the next interview process, but they automatically get passed. Yes.
So your task really after the last interview is to decide how many of the remaining 3 candidates you wish to have on your final interview list.
So that was my question. So that is basically, we will have a discussion here afterwards, our first round of discussion, and potentially deselect some of these candidates with the exception of the veterans candidates?
Yes.
Yes, so out of 5.
And this may be inappropriate. I would like to hear, based on what we just discussed, having to forcefully interview 2 people, that I would like to hear from my fellow commissioners, not only who we think is our first choice, but who we think is somebody who should be eliminated.
Somebody who should be what?
Eliminated. Whether or not we can is irrespective, but, I would, you
Can we do
know,
that after this one?
In our conversation about our first choice, second choice, what have you discussed, who we'd like to eliminate?
if we had the choice to.
Right, even including our, Christie, I think what she's saying is have the discussion even including our 2 vets.
Your selection would be from among the 4 candidates you've heard from.
No, we're gonna wait until the end, so 5.
She's wondering if we could have a discussion if we were not all enthralled with the veterans, even though they automatically go to
Or
round
any of
2.
them, I mean,
Well, that, obviously.
You listen to
The 2 go to round 2 anyway, so.
My recommendation would be to have your conversation on who to move forward.
That's what I would think. Because we're going to be interviewing those 2 regardless of how anybody feels about them next week. So we'll mostly discuss the others.
So there's only 2 people to discuss at this point, Steve Crowell and Lynn Webb.
And Michelle.
No, I think we should discuss the 2 veterans regardless. I mean, because I know that you have been very fond of one of them, so. I mean, why would you leave them out of the discussion?
You don't have to make because you don't have to make that decision.
So, I still want to hear what you're thinking.
That's why I asked if both of them had to make that, I know it's mandated. I'm not impressed by them 2.
Well, again, I think we should have a fair and open discussion. If you would like to lead it as what is our personal preference for 1 or 2, I think since there's only 5 candidates, we should have a discussion about each and every candidate, regardless or not if they're moving forward.
Yeah.
If the conversation is worded that you're having a conversation about each candidate and what people find appealing or don't find appealing as their fit with the town, that's one thing, but having a conversation of
Who to eliminate.
who we don't like, even though some may be afforded legally the right to move forward, I would recommend against that.
So do we,
So the point here being that no matter what, discussing the 2, let's keep it right out of the 2 veterans, doesn't really matter at this point because they're going into it.
exactly, it does matter. I want to know what you think about it.
Well, I mean, I have no problem telling you what I think about them. I mean, to me, number 2 is just out.
Should we do that? That's the question.
As long as you're having a full conversation about each candidate that you've interviewed and discussing the pros and cons of each candidate, there's nothing wrong with doing that as long as it's across the board.
Okay. So when we discuss all of them, we'll discuss all of them.
Yes.
Instead of just assuming that because the 2 move forward, they don't get discussed. Right. Right? You good with that?
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So did Jean say whether or not,
Don't let it get
I know all of a sudden she's good at all.
Jean's hiding.
I don't blame her.
I believe she went to call.
Again.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she came back after she
Town
went to.
cell phone or
So-
town phone.
So can I switch gears a little bit? One is.
She said what, Jean?
She said she's about 6-7 minutes out, so it should be down.
Okay, perfect.
Right. Can I switch gears a little bit, at the pleasure of the commission? I had asked for a recap financially of what are the additional, financial ways that we support our town manager or any of our employees, so we could have a fuller picture rather than just a base salary. What I was given gets me about a third of the way there. So that is what was distributed, I think maybe during lunchtime. And if I could just go over real quickly, one of the sheets is from the town manager's department, a budget detail worksheet. And what it shows is that we have a gas and oil monthly allotment of $300, communication $50, which is a cell phone. We've got travel and per diem, and we've got subscriptions. What it does not give me though is what we pay for this individual's insurance, how much we give on an annual basis to FRS. What is our disability premium? What is our sick and vacation? What is our longevity bonus? I think the only one that I know potentially off the top of my head is that tuition reimbursement could be up to $2,500, I believe, a quarter. But I really think, at the end of this, when we start to discuss about the contract and what are our maximums and minimums, so it is in the contract so they understand and they can self-select the next time. I think we need to look at the entire financial picture, because a $130,000 base salary employee could cost the town $197,000 all in. So I just wanted to.
I was looking at it the other way around. If you try to entice the candidate because he wants more money,
Sure.
we should have exactly what you're saying, all on a separate sheet of paper that we have and use as necessary.
Correct.
Yeah, good idea.
We pay for each employee health insurance is $808 a month.
808?
808, that's the new one effective October 1st.
Okay.
Dental is $38 a month. Vision is $6 a month. You also pay for long-term, short-term. That rounds up to about $50 a month, including life insurance, $15,000. Accidental death.
15,000.
15,000 life insurance policy.
And that comes
That's
to how
max,
much a
that's all
month?
you get.
But how much does that cost the town?
It costs the town 45 cents a month.
Oh, geez.
That one I'm not worried about.
I think we can
I'm gonna write
yeah.
this down.
What was the one before that? $50 a month for?
Long-term, short-term.
Okay.
It varies on salary, that's based on salary. So, and mandatory, all the employees have 3% mandatory, comes out of their check, just like it comes out of yours. And then town managers and senior advisor, they get 31% of their salary goes into FRS for them.
31%.
31% is what the town pays every month of her monthly
Well,
salary.
that's a change, because last time we did this, it was 27%, because I was in
Yeah,
shock.
July 1st was the new rates from FRS.
And what did the police chief do? Because it seems.
He's not
strange.
senior management, he's considered a police officer. And
No. You were getting 24%, and the town manager was getting 27%. And this is a year ago.
I think
we
yours
had
went
this
up to
discussion.
20, everything went up about 2-3% with FRS, effective July 1st.
But the contribution she's talking about is the percentage that the town pays.
The town pays that.
Which I am at the same level of percentage that a regular police officer or any other employee is at. The town manager is the only position within the
senior
town that
management.
has that.
So what is your percentage? This always shows.
I don't know what it is as of July 1, but it's nowhere near 31%.
No, I want to say, if it was
Should be
24, it went
about-
up to about 2.5%.
So the 31% is in lieu of the 3% that most employees get.
Well, no. Clerical gets about 15%. I don't have exact numbers. I can go grab them in 2 seconds. Regular clerical is about 15%. And then there's a jump from regular clerical to the police department, which is 27-28. And then you have the manager, which is 31.
By the way, it's dictated by the state. I went
Dictated
to
by the
this.
state.
You must have done that.
So as commissioners.
We have like 3 categories.
Okay, but
Clerical,
let me just ask a question. As commissioners with our healthy $100 a month, we get a 3%, and everybody else starts at like 18 and goes up to 31%.
No, 3% is mandatory by the employee. I'm talking what the town pays for you. We pay 14% for you. So you get your 3% plus the town pays 14%, so you have 17% of your salary going in there. 3% by you and 14% by the town.
Okay, I know.
Huh?
I get a paycheck for $96.
87.
89.
36. Maybe I
Okay,
didn't check the right box.
The difference is the contribution amount that the employee is paying versus the contribution amount that the town is
Big
required
difference.
to pay by
Gotcha.
statute.
Okay, 31% of your base salary is a huge.
Oh, yeah. But you can't do anything about it.
Yeah. I know, but
You have to be
talking about
vested, you have to be
when you're
vested for
looking
so
at.
long.
And we're negotiating.
Positive,
Yeah.
right, not $40,000 positive for them.
More than that.
It's crazy, but it's state law.
4,300. If you're 130,000.
And that employee, if I'm not mistaken, since it's executive management, they actually have the opt-out capability. They do not have to choose the FRS retirement option. Every other employee has no option. The town manager is the only employee that is exempt from that and can choose to do an alternative retirement.
We have had managers that opted out, and
Why?
I took that amount and put it to ICMA instead.
What's that mean?
It's a mission retirement, it's like a different comp plan.
Yeah, I just put my
457 plan.
paycheck right into the.
It's a different.
FRS.
But the amount
I
doesn't
couldn't
change,
do
it's just a different thing. No, we can't.
I tried to do it.
No, can't, no.
Why?
Don't
You're
have
not
a
allowed
magic
to
doggy door.
contribute more.
Christine, you tried to do that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't.
You're
So
not
you
allowed-
did something that,
Years ago.
Larry finished.
Larry did. Okay. Okay then. Daniel, did you finish? Because we kind of took off. All right. So.
Do you need to sit next to Steve?
I think so.
You need to sit between you both.
That might help. She's as light as it gets. Come on.
I
Okay.
think the last time I did a
Job
fringe,
security.
I think the last time I did a fringe benefit, depending on the employees, it's about 46% of their income is fringe benefit. By the time you get all the insurance,
Oh, that's
then
the point we were
FRS,
looking at.
everything else. they get
46%.
About 46%. FICA goes in there, that's 7.5%.
Of each employee?
Almost each employee. The ones that don't make as much, that $800 a bigger chunk of change than somebody who makes.
Exactly.
So it fluctuates.
All right, so she said she'll be with us in about 5 minutes, correct?
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you, Jean.
Shocking, but thank you. All right then. So I guess we were just going to wait. We have moved everybody around and they've actually been very accommodating, so.
She was traveling, so she was trying to get home as fast as she could.
Is the 14%, sorry, the 40% that is going on the commission salaries that is going in there from the town, is that state mandated?
They, July of the year, they tell me what the new rates are gonna be. But we usually, for the budget purposes, she'll put like 1 or 2% in there, so if it goes, she'd rather go down with the budget than go back up and say, you know what, it goes up higher.
And it's not something we could opt out
Mm-mm.
collectively.
Mm-mm. Each month I pay between 42 and 48,000 for FRS every month, between all 30 employees.
So for $132,000 salary, the total compensation would be close to over $190,000, it's about $192 or whatever.
That
was
one of
the
those
whole point I
articles,
was
yeah.
trying to make.
Yeah, that's like one of the articles, which is a useful bargaining tool, but nothing you're not expecting.
Gene, if somebody doesn't want medical benefits, because I think one of the candidates may not want
Our
medical.
town policy, either you take it or it's not like we can we don't have a flex account or anything spent up, where we can spend it for something else. Either you use it or you don't.
You can.
And the town budgets, no,
can
I don't
do
get
it.
the $800 if I don't get the policy.
But that can be a negotiation agreement as part of your contract with executive staff, like the town manager, if you chose to do that.
The town, we budget $800 for every employee. We're gonna assume everybody gets a health insurance. And then those that don't, that's where you get part of your reserves. Yeah, that was one of the issues you got too. If you want to add your spouse, it's an additional $800 that the town doesn't pay, it's all on the employee. You want children, it's $686 a month to add your children. To add your full family is $1,494 a month. To add your full family.
Doesn't matter how many kids.
No,
It must be the Rolls Royce of healthcare plans.
it's actually a very good plan.
Yeah, which is a good thing. I'm looking for something like $20 a
That
visit.
is like top of the line.
Yeah, it's, to be completely honest with you, for most employees, it's an unreasonable fee, so most employees don't have the whole benefit package. They either pick typically their spouse or their children, they normally don't have both.
I don't have any old family or children. And I've been here 17 years.
Really? Mr. Clayman?
Please.
If I could offer a suggestion, as you get to the ultimate negotiation with a candidate,
Right?
your selected candidate, for most fringe benefits, I would encourage you to simply say in the contract, they'll be provided the same benefits as other employees. So healthcare is something that you don't need to make negotiable. You can simply say it costs $800, or if you want to add your spouse, it costs so many more dollars and whatever it is. But if you're an employee, that's the benefit you get for disability or health care or life insurance or whatever. What is negotiable usually with the town manager candidate is salary, retirement, termination process. For example, will you pay severance if you fire the manager? Things of that sort. Those will be the key issues that the manager will want to negotiate. He or she won't care much about health care. They'll want it, but they'll want it just like everybody else has it.
So Dan, can you give us a little direction as we're waiting? Since the majority of the candidates would need some type of relocation, is it, oh, she's here? She's on, thank you. Should we continue?
Michelle's ready for it.
Oh, sorry.
I don't see Michelle connected, so I don't know. Oh, there she
We
is.
don't know where she is.
Because driving last year.
I'll answer your question then.
Yeah.
I believe she popped up.
We're waiting for her to appear fully, but I did see a new icon appear, so.
Go ahead, you
Name.
can
So is there, there she is, never mind.
perfect timing. We'll get that one afterwards. All right then, we're going to begin our interview with Michelle Berger
Hold on just a second, we've got to
in a moment.
turn her
Let's
volume
make sure
on.
we can hear her.
Hello, I can hear you.
Oh, good, we can hear you.
There you are.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Good afternoon. Congratulations for moving through so quickly, getting done early.
Well, thank you very much for being accommodating. We appreciate that.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
I'm Mayor Hurlbert. I'll start off the process here. And what I would like to ask you, if I have all these questions we keep turning over here, is why everything that you have read about Ocean Ridge, what brings you to want to be part of our community, as well as what do you think you can bring to us to make us a better town?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, small towns in general have a charm about them, and being able to be a part of something as special as a small town is number one draw. On top of that, a lot of what the small towns, especially on the east coast of Florida, have in common are the resiliency issues and septic to sewer conversions and ways to make sure that we keep residents of Florida safe from all of the changes that happen. And it's the same everywhere. And for me personally, I love good governance, and I love being able to be in public service. And so the best way to get that done is the front lines. And the absolute front line of anything in Florida is the smallest towns. And so for me, I can bring to the town of Ocean Ridge the experience that it takes to start, initiate projects that are resiliency focused and can battle and mitigate climate change in ways that are less of a burden to the taxpayer and the resident, because there are so many opportunities out there for grants and assistance. And it really is about understanding the relationship pieces with those stakeholders and being able to influence it. And that's what I would be able to bring.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Cos?
Steve Cos, Michelle, Commissioner. I read a bit about you online. I had a question for you, which I'll get into the more difficult half later. But how do you view yourself in interacting with the residents of Ocean Ridge? What do you view as your strength?
in interacting with residents in general, it's really about listening and making sure I'm trying to understand what their needs are and understanding how their needs relate to my role versus maybe that of an elected who has more of the influence for policy change. And so I have always approached those opportunities as a customer service opportunity. And so coming from many years of being in retail where customers are number one, that skill translates over. And, you know, offering concierge service in a small town is of the utmost importance. But there's a balance as well, where you have some residents, and I'm guessing, you know, I'm going to anticipate where your back half is. And there are some residents that are more vocal than others. And some residents feel as though, you know, they have their need might be more important than others. And so I see the role as town manager as running interference in sometimes between residents that are needing more than the commission is willing to bend to give, and the commissioner themselves having to deal with that issue. So in that case, I have no problem being very direct when necessary. Not in a mean way, not in a bad way, but simply let me give context to why we have to say no. And very simply, some people don't like to hear the words no, but the buck does have to stop somewhere. And in a small town, that stops at the town manager.
So you can understand what troubles me. I don't know if it troubles other commissioners. You were in Stoll Point for, I guess, like about a year and a half, and troubles with the residents definitely crescendoed, I guess we could say. Is that a fair way to describe it?
I'd say fair enough. And
Okay.
It's unfortunate that that's the message that translates, because there are many of those residents that I dealt with on a volunteer basis or as they came in with our open door policy that were very happy with the relationships. What is happening in specifically the south part of South Stolz Point is that there is a group that's reluctant to change from their septic system to sewer. It's a conversion issue. And the commission is in gear to move forward. And so my role is to try to close that gap and get that moving as fast forward as possible. And some people did not want that happening. And sure, if you've had a chance to speak to some of the commissioners, some of those same residents are currently attending the meetings and saying some of the same things about the engineer that's on staff. And the things that they say are not relevant to what's really happening. It's an alternate version of truth, if I can say it that way. But as a professional, I don't have the opportunity or the luxury in my mind to battle that. I won't sit on a dais and push back and say this is an alternate form of, you know, the truth. The customer is always right at the end. A resident has 3 minutes when they come to the lectern. They can say whatever they like under public to be heard. I trust with my commissioners that they know the truth, and I never let them be surprised with anything.
Right. So the reason it troubles me is you're walking into the exact same situation in Ocean Ridge. It's identical, just about identical. And the whole thing, the reason I keep harping on this is what's in the research I found on you. Is this conflict is so unnecessary because it's going to be mandated. So that's what troubles me about what transpired at Sewell Point, where we reached the point where the residents run a petition to have you leave the town over something that your town is battling over, which is no need to be battling over it because it hasn't been mandated. So that troubles me. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Commissioner Bishop?
Hi, my name is Martin Mischelek. I'm a commissioner here in Ocean Ridge.
Commissioner?
I wanted to tell you obviously this is one of these issues because it is so close to the situation over there. It was so close to what we are facing here too, just like Commissioner Clausen said. I had the pleasure this morning of speaking with Mr. Kurtzman, who's the vice mayor over there, and
Yes,
it was refreshing to get more out of this than just a couple of lines that are basically transcriptions of a meeting minutes. I don't think I need to say that he's a huge fan of yours. You have certainly one voice over there that speaks very, very highly of you and of your qualifications. And his words were higher heard, don't look back. That said, obviously we need to make sure that the same things that happened there are not happening here. And I want to read you something from the meeting minutes that were from January 11th, the special town commission meeting from Zero Point. This is an excerpt, and I will comment on this right after. There was a petition that floated around in which points were taken, and the petition was read aloud in the commission meeting. Ms. Berger, willful and misleading. Ms. Berger's, I'm sorry, I'm getting my glasses back. Getting too old for this. Ms. Berger's willful and misleading information concerning a state septic sewer mandate and purposeful deceit in recent tax increases, as well as plans for near future tax increases. That was the headline of the petition. The way that I understand this, none of that really has anything to do with it. Can you give me a little bit more background on this? How did this come about?
Sure. You know what? I really appreciate you looking into that and asking me directly. So if you spoke to Vice Mayor Kurzman, I would also invite you all to speak to then Mayor Mayfield. She's Commissioner Mayfield now. And the flat out truth is the way that petition was presented was different at every single door that individual walked up to and knocked on. And so in the weeks after, we had residents coming forward and giving their version of why they signed that petition and what they thought they were signing. And you can have your chief, if you don't feel comfortable calling the chief, but you can have your chief call my former chief over there to find that information to be accurate as well. And again, it's not my position to outright call somebody, a liar. But in this case, that was a false accusation that I went back and forth on and assumed that it might come up in my future, and still made the choice to sit quietly because I know right bubbles up. On this particular topic, the heading of what it was on the petition was different than the minutes of what the gentleman said into the microphone. And that's the same gentleman that still comes back meeting after meeting now and has a point of view that the ends justifies the means. So no matter what he says about the current engineer or the county or the Martin County utility systems, it's typically negative. It typically says that we are all misrepresenting the truth, and there's no accountability on that part. The commissioners are all very gracious. He lives there. It's a small town. It's like living on an island. It is living on an island. And so they don't want to be confrontational with him, but they understand what is happening. Unfortunately for those like me, when something gets read into the record, it becomes memorialized. And so I would invite you, again, to call Martin County Utilities if you'd like, and speak to their directors. Pick any of them. And what you'll know is that individual meetings occurred with our commissioners, and as I brought them through for tours at Martin County Utilities. And we reviewed the state statutes, and we reviewed the 20-year plan that has been mandated by the governor's office. And the reality is people will say anything to get what they want. And it's unfortunate that that happened. There was no need to push any further on my part. I'm not sure that I answered your question, but I don't know any other way to say that somebody wanted an outcome, and the outcome that they wanted was to not have septic to sewer occur. And they felt the best way to get there was to remove the people that were making it happen.
Right. That's what I read out of this too. When I read this is exactly what went through my head, that this is basically a few people that did not want to have the sewer conversion, and they were doing everything that they could. To the point, again, my understanding is there were about 100 people out of the 2,000 residents that were very vocal about that. Is that correct?
I would say it was probably 15 at the most, 5 that were leading the charge.
Okay, out of 2,000.
Yes, sir.
So a vocal minority, not a vocal majority.
And in every city that you go to, this is a dynamic that all of the elected and appointed officials deal with. And so I appreciate you bringing it up. I also would take the opportunity to bring up that my performance reviews on a score of out of 5 in April 2020 was a 4.65. They continued to be strong throughout the time I was there. And that was reflective of the commissioner's understanding that it's a balancing act. And I appreciated their support along the way.
My understanding was that your performance reviews were actually higher than anybody else's prior to that point.
That's my understanding as well, sir.
What exactly was the reason why you, I believe you were the one that decided that you're gonna quit?
Yes, sir.
What was the reason?
You know, it's heartbreaking because it really wasn't that I quit, right? So my contract was a 2-year contract, which ended the previous October. And in the contract, it stipulated that each October I would be reviewed, and it said in the contract shall receive an increase based on, you know, basically average, as long as I performed at average, and all of my reviews were above average. Well, during COVID, I absolutely was not going to ask for any increase. I, of course, took the performance review, skipped the increase because it was inappropriate during a time when we were unsure as what the outcome would be. And as we rolled into contract negotiation times in December, we were making headway because everybody wanted the same outcome, for me to stay, and I wanted to stay. And my commissioners that, if you want to deal with them one-on-one and ask to confirm, they can confirm this. I've not said this publicly, but most people know it, so it's not a HIPAA issue for me, I will happily tell you. In the beginning of December, I had to have surgery unexpectedly, and then the surgery was turned out with an outcome that was a little bit bigger than expected, so we went in for, sorry if it's too much for some of you, but what was supposed to be just some cells of potential low-level cervical cancer. When we went in, they found more. It became more of an issue. And so I was out from mid-December until I think the second week of January. So when I came back and I was dealing with this community that, you know, this portion of the community, and I knew I needed to have a healing time, it just felt like it was the right time to move on, allow the town also to find somebody who had the energy to continue the movement, because I certainly didn't. And at that point in time, I just needed time to heal. So that's what I did. And so here we are many months later, and I've kept engaged within the same county. So I deal with the same people with Martin County Utilities in the city of Stewart. It's all my backyard. And I've been working as a consultant and with the city of Stewart. And so now I'm ready to go back to work. Now I'm healed, I'm ready to go back to work. And those were the real reasons that I said, you know what, I'm going to stop the negotiation process, because I do think we would have gotten to an acceptable position. My contract ended in October, and I worked through till the end of January without a contract to make sure I could help them with the transition that was as smooth as possible.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that you're feeling better.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Pugh?
Hello, Ms. Berger. My name's Jeff Pugh. I'm a councilman here. My question is, your total time as a town manager has been a year and a half?
No.
How long?
My total time has been about 2.5 years.
2.5 years? All right, now,
Yes, sir.
if you have the opportunity to come here to Ocean Ridge, how would you handle conflict resolution between homeowners and your staff, especially department heads?
The frontline staff?
Yeah, like your building official, between a building official and your homeowner, how would you handle that conflict resolution?
That's probably a weekly basis in many ways, because it's so busy out there in the building community right now. Small towns like yours have two core competencies. One is public safety and the other is building. And your building official in many ways and has decision-making powers that are above and beyond what the authority of the town manager offers by state statute. And so if it is a factual issue, I would first meet with my building official to ask for the details and determine what the facts are behind the problem, if it's seen as a problem, and really try and ensure that it's not just a communication problem. And most of the time it is. And then separately, I would meet with the resident or the builder, if that's the case, or contractor, and find their point of view, and certainly try and find some common grounds. And if necessary, bring the two or more together in a very casual atmosphere with the idea that this is going to be a solution-oriented conversation. Nobody wins by everything stopping. So let's ensure that we have an outcome here that's beneficial to everyone. It may not be the one that everybody wants, but at least we move forward. And I have not been in a situation, from a building perspective, that we weren't able to come to common grounds and get things moving forward. Everybody has a job to do. The building official takes those state statute requirements very seriously, public safety, and the contractors have a job to do, and that is complete a home or a business for somebody who's paying a lot of money to get it done. And the business of the town is to make everybody happy, and also to continue driving the revenue that comes from the construction.
Thank you. Now, how large is the police department, or how large was the police department in Sewell Point?
There's 14 officers or full-time equivalent officers and staff on the police side in the town. Okay. That includes one chief. Mm-hmm.
Were you part of any of the negotiations with the PVA and the police department? Was that something
yes,
you handled
only in the very beginning, because for the first almost 2 years, they were not represented by the PBA. There was a couple of new hires within the organization that brought people in that understood that they felt there were benefits to having the PBA as their counterparts and leaders and partners. And so they called for a vote, and we went through that process where they voted in the PBA. But during my 3 terms as city councilwoman in the city of Port St. Lucie, from that executive level, I've sat in on many of the conversations that have to occur. I know about negotiations. I would venture to say whoever your PBA reps are, they probably have an idea of who I am. Most of the time, if you have a bad reputation amongst the PBA for being unfair or not negotiating from a fair stand, you would have already gotten those phone calls because they are very active. But for me, it's really about the human aspect. When you have bargaining units representing people, it's because they're people. And so it comes back to listening first, trying to understand the goals that are trying to be met, and balancing that with the deliverables that can physically happen based on the revenues that the budget offers you. And, the commission are 5 elected people that want to take care of people in general. So if we do it right and we have the conversations in a respectful manner, we can close out grievances pretty quickly.
All right, last question is, now you've been a councilwoman and you've been a town manager. So explain to us, what is the major difference, because now you've been on both sides. What is the major difference of being the town manager and looking back at the council? I mean, you're on the council looking at the town manager.
The major difference is, from a sunshine law perspective, I know what every one of the 5 are thinking. When you're an elected, you obviously can't have those conversations with your partners. And so you end up having to come to the dais and influence without the added benefit of knowing the point of view of every one of your counterparts. From my point of view now, I know what everybody wants to accomplish. It's easier for me to, move forward on executing tasks, being a tactical executor, and anticipating where the votes may go. Outside of that, I think it's a great mix. I have found it to be one that other city managers reach out to me and ask. I'm in think tanks, I'm in small groups where I will be asked often, what do you think is a concern here for the electeds? And the reason for that is because, there's a mutual respect that has to happen between administration and the legislative body. The electeds, the legislative body, you are appointed, put in place by the election process, 5 individuals voted in by the people. Your voice is typically reflective of the needs and wants of the people. That's a pretty easy transition to make from being a candidate to being the person that is making policy. The initial transition is easy compared to me making a transition to an administrator. What gets harder when I look back and remember is being in the later years of being an elected and realizing that campaigning is different than governing, and good governance requires discipline. It requires an ability to balance, and it requires very good discernment. And that is harder than the role I have as an administrator. As an administrator, I simply anticipate concerns. I anticipate and communicate what state or federal information might be coming. I bring that to the commission. After that, and when I offer my opinions, after that, I simply follow the direction of the collective body. So I can influence based on the information I get, but the hard decisions still come from the electeds. And that's what I remember and call out the difference. And so it is our role in administration to try to make those decisions as easy as possible, to present the information in a way that the community can understand and accept, and to set a tone that allows for good discussions, less debates, but debates are good sometimes too, but really about decision making, creating shared vision, and moving in a single direction, no matter if you agree with it or not. Once the collective body speaks, moving in a direction that's in the best interest of the town and the constituents.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner DeHassett. Good afternoon, Mrs. Berger. I'm Christine DeHassett, Vice Mayor.
Commissioner?
We've already kind of brought up the difficult situations, and I think that you continually with your answers have shown that the issues that you had were you were following the direction of the commission. You were taking that long range plan that the commissioners who were elected decided was in the best interest of the town in trying to move it forward. And while it is important to respect all residents' voices, when you've got less than 5% that are creating such an issue, I guess I commend you because we've had similar instances and it is divisive and unnecessary. But I would like to turn that over because that 5% of your residents and talk about some of what you feel are your accomplishments during that time. You know, you had two and a half probably really good years with a couple of really bad nights. So I'd like to hear what these
Right.
accomplishments may have been.
Yes, thank you for that, Commissioner. I just have a couple of notes I'll refer to on that. You had mentioned when you first started that I was taking a long-range view, and I would say I'll start with that being one of the big wins I think that everybody benefited from. So I can't just claim that as my own because it was something we did as a group. So from a community and the commissioners together, we for the first time had a visioning session that put us not only in a position to understand what the priorities are amongst the electeds and the community, but we formally brought in the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council to create a blueprint for the next 5 years. Then we did a 10-year and then a longer range plan from that. Within that blueprint, it had more than just the desires and wants and wishes of all of the stakeholders, that being the electeds and the residents. We clearly put numbers to the plan that said we anticipate these specific projects that cost this much. We anticipate going out for, and then we would list out the type of grants we anticipated going out with it. With each grant, we also had the anticipated matching dollars we would have to get. I mean, we brought this strategic plan for the first time to a town that wasn't used to that. And so that also, change is different and change is scary. And so when you have that all at once in a very short period of time, I think looking back, that it feels like that could have been done differently. Like and again, I wish that you reach out to Commissioner Mayfield because she was the mayor at the time. We had more town halls opportunities than anyone. And she put herself out there. And so a town that didn't communicate outside of its newsletter had now town halls where we invited the public to come and speak, let us know what you're thinking, also hear what the updates are, and then opportunities for them to contribute with polls where they physically drop things off, or they participated in electronic polls where they came into the town hall and did it that way. So a true long-range plan that everybody had say in. When you collectively see that the community as a whole wants to move in the direction of these capital improvement plans that equated to over $60 million, and everybody understood it was a 20-year plan in order to be able to pay for and fund these plans in today's dollars, right? It was overwhelming for what we within our business call the vocal minority. It was overwhelming. But for those in Sewell's Point, and I would guess like many within your town that are highly educated, that understand business planning, that understand strategic planning and performance outcomes, it's exactly what you would want from a town to operate as close to a business as possible. For me, coming from 30 years of executive management, it was a nice, easy parallel to run. Other things that I would say to you is under the pursuit of grants, we learned about phasing grants the right way and not just going and asking for money, but actually strategically showing what phase one looks like, which is design and permitting, putting in requests for that and having partners outside of just one agency helping us be champions, getting stakeholders all around to give us letters to be able to promote these resiliency plans enabled us to do phase 1 planning and phase 2 construction for multiple projects. And when I left, and you can look in a different area for your news rather than wherever you saw just only the one story, but there is news out there that says that in the less than 2 years that I was working on the grants, we collected over $7 million, which is the most amount of money that that town has ever received in grant monies. We also converted the North Sewell's Point from septic to sewer. So from concept to bid to execution and finally turnover, that occurred in less than 18 months. It was total construction was done in less than 9 months. And right now it's less than 2 years later. And the last time I talked to Martin County Utilities, I believe they were projecting a 60% conversion before the January mark of next year, which is incredibly high for any conversion. Building, you brought up building, so I'll speak to building. When I first arrived, there was a part-time building official only within the town. And so when you take a look again at the core competencies within this town, it's public safety and it was building. And as you watch the market give you every indication that the next couple of years at that time was going to be elevating in its needs for construction support, I was able to offer a pro forma that showed the need to have a full-time building official, and that the return of investment would be important. And that revenue, per state statute, of course, goes back into the building department. And so when you have a town hall that half of it is dedicated to the police department and the other half is under general services, from a budgeting standpoint, that doesn't make a lot of sense. If we can generate income from the building department itself, that then generates income that's not a burden to your entire tax base, it's only user fee oriented. And so we took a look at our building permits. They had not been updated since 2015. So that was quite a miss. So we brought them to the appropriate level. We were able to appropriately drive revenue, not that we were looking to take money from anybody, but the flipping market was quite busy at that time. And we drove revenue and also eliminated the unintended consequences of what a part-time building official means. And for our area, it meant lower quality work. It meant inspections being done via photo instead of actually online, in person, things that are considered real bad wrong. And so we cleaned that up very nicely. And the amount of revenue that's been generated there based on that has been enabled the building department to get the administrative assistance it needed to transfer all of its paper documents to electric documents and digital and much more. I'm going to wrap it up because I feel like I'm talking long now. New finance procedure manual. We didn't have a finance manual. We had a HR manual. We had, the manual that spoke to standard operating procedures for the humans, but we didn't have a standard operating procedure for what to do with monies. And when you really need to have separation of duties, especially in a small town, and your audits indicate year after year that there's opportunities, the finance manual was of the most important, and we finalized that and got that adopted as well. I do have, if you allowed screen sharing, a memo, or I could just have it sent over to you. The memo is dated December 29, 2020, and it's really 2020 accomplishments that I offered to the commission. And what's important about this memo is that you would see what we deemed as wins or victories collectively. And as you can see by the memo, it starts off with, as we wrap up the calendar year of 2020, I wanted to share a point of view with you that perhaps hasn't been considered. While many municipalities and elected boards have been derailed or distracted by a challenging year full of unanticipated issues, this is COVID, this elected body has maintained your focus on the short and long-term needs of your community. Below, in no particular order, are a list of some policy-related actions you accomplished this year. Your collective actions include, but are not limited to, and then it's formalized. So what's important about that? One, the memorialization of the things that got accomplished during a challenging year, but two, the position of it is not, hey, look what we did as staff. The position was the commission stayed focused. The commission executed on their vision. And we are there to support the needs of the commission so that they can fulfill the needs of the constituents and potentially even get to the wants of the constituents. And knowing your role in any team is of the utmost importance. And I will say to you, I absolutely know the role because I've played both roles. And I would never want, I would be embarrassed and I would be humiliated if any of my elected representatives was not prepared if they were in front of constituents or felt as though they couldn't do their job because I was unable to get them ready. I would never be okay with that when I was an elected, and I certainly wouldn't want to put anybody in that position.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Michelle. So I wanted to ask on your diplomacy skills here, how would you approach the need to build consensus on the town commission? Being on both sides of the track there, you understand the difference. So how would you do this?
I love doing this. It's team building, and it's so hard because everybody has a different thought, and it's human nature to say to yourself, I'm right, I must dig my heels in to really make sure I make my point. But it's also human nature to know that we all have blind spots for our own BS, if I can say it that way, right? And so you have to know going into a group think session that we're all humans. So there's 5 of you, and what's important for each one of you to remember is that you all got there the same way. Everybody was elected in, and so the people that you represent find value in each of you. That's something to respect, regardless of if you agree or not. The first absolute has to be that you respect the office. And so understanding what good governance looks like is understanding the office. And so as we begin those conversations, I'd like to first, when I do this, so I've done this a couple times, make sure that each representative, each elected person understands the significance of the role they play. Sometimes people don't get it. They think, oh, it's fun, it's just like an HOA, but no, you are actually part of a government agency that is making decisions for the next 100 years, many generations. So once we start there, then I try to understand the values of each of the individuals. So when we're in our normal daily lives, quite often we don't walk around just saying, I like this, I don't like this, and there's nothing in between. Some people are black and white and that's it. But many people, I think, govern themselves with a set of values. They believe these things. I would then say to each individual, consider truly the values that you hold for your town. How do you want the quality of life to be? Is public safety important? What are your absolute values that you want to look to when you are governing? Not when you're going to someplace with your family. Now your bigger organization is your group. And then we bring that together. And then my job would be to try to create that shared vision. So you first do that by getting shared values. We categorize values, maybe even columnize them. You'll see I know you all are professionals, so some organizations do 3 pillars. These are the 3 pillars that we are going to lean on. Some people say these are our core values. You know, whatever the case is, we actually put them in almost like a spreadsheet form where we put a column out for each one of the values. And then if you say, okay, well, what I'd like to do is I really think parks are important because kids need to play and they need to run, arbitrary thing. So, okay, then the question is, where does that fall into? And put that underneath the values of quality of life. And each item individually, I would try and take your, what, for lack of a better term, pet projects, if you have a goal of a project you want to get accomplished, and understand why, like what's the core value of that, and then see where we can align it. And often that takes the emotion away. And so if we sit for a while, you know, in almost like a breaking bread kind of way to, you know, to make it more intimate, less formal, and we just talk about these items that we might have in common, it's easier to create that shared vision. And then it's not just something you put on the board. We have to ask, what role will you individually play in now fulfilling and executing this shared vision? And are you willing to, you know, raise your hand and say, this is the role I'll play? And then we must be accountable to each other and start to lean on each other. And so instead of pushing at each other, the best, highest performance teams come together like this, and they're interdependent on each other. So we find ways. And so one way to do that is to dedicate at least one meeting, maybe a month, where you dedicate a portion of not just commission updates or commission comments, but specifically where you update the commission on something that you all committed to doing, just to give you an update. It's almost like when you sit down at home and you have dinner with your family and you say, how was your day? How's your day? What'd you do today? What part did you play? It's the same thing. But now you look at each other and you get to talk about it, and you find ways to talk rather than debate. And if we're all operating for the same purpose, which everybody is, and that is the betterment of the town, and you agree to what that looks like, it may take a while and it takes commitment, but that is how you create a shared vision.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fox, you have anything else?
I'm all set.
Mr. Vista?
I have one more question, actually two. The septic to sewer conversion, the first phase that you guys did, you did in 18 months?
Yeah. So we used Jamie Underground was our contractor, and they were much more efficient than we anticipated, you know, with the boring. So we had very little issues with direct boring. And it was a very clean project. And I can connect you all, regardless of the outcome, with some key stakeholders and players. Not, of course, that you would hire them directly, but just so you could hear some of the ways that they were able to get that accomplished.
That's impressive.
We also have a very good relationship. The town of Sewell's Point works very closely with Martin County Utilities, and that was the group that we were working with. The other part of that was a best practice that you might want to consider, depending on who you're using. But the Martin County Utility Group went out to bid for the private plumbing service prior to the beginning of the project, so that they could garner the private plumbers that would make those connections from the house to the city-owned piece of property, you know, the infrastructure, because that sometimes becomes a holdup for the resident. And it's so complicated for the residents to have to start calling plumbers and find the best price. So they went out to RFP, they got the lowest price, they secured the people for that time agency, and so everything moved quickly because everything was already predetermined. It was very efficient and effective.
Fantastic. The other question I have is environmental challenges given that it's also a barrier island, what have you experienced in your 2.5 years over there?
Under environmental challenges, what have I
Yeah.
experienced?
Like flooding issues.
Oh, well, I mean, if you take a look at any of the news, WPB, PTV, Channel 25, they used to cover South Sewells Point Road especially. It would go completely underwater. And so the opportunity to get out of the peninsula was very, very diminished with king tides and with big storms. And so it would really go underwater. So flooding would occur with just not the streets, but of course they had flooding happen with some of the homes. It's a 20, maybe a baker's dozen, 25-ish homes initially applied to FEMA to get their homes raised. And then about a baker's dozen actually got the funding for it and then completed it. So homes were raised in an effort to reduce and mitigate their concerns. Our roads were raised in order to mitigate those concerns. Raising roads comes with other complications, such as creating the right infrastructure underneath, making sure you have enough right of way. As you move through these projects, you have to work with each individual homeowner to be able to gather the right of way or the temporary construction easements to be able to go onto their property to construct it. And then you have to be able to put the home yard area that was part of the right of way back into the position that it was. Other things that happen along the way when flooding starts to occur, or just resiliency issues in general, and you have a lot of construction happening in your town, if you don't have strict silt fence ordinances and you don't check on that regularly, then quite often those things go down and water runoff happens, and then storm water runoff is an issue, and it can be quite the contaminant. And then just construction sites in general can become contaminants, and making sure that your officers, since that's the majority of your staff, are trained in illicit discharge, which I'm guessing they are. That's important because they're your eyes and ears quite often. Your building official can't be everywhere. And so they can be a good partner for your building official to make sure that you're looking out for all of those things. But, tree ordinances, they help for the environment. Anything that helps towards clean air, the ground, checking your water. If you have stationary water that stays in one place too long, you can check that standing water. And if it becomes evident that it's contaminated, that opens you up to it being an emergent issue, that you can go to the DEP and ask for different funding mechanisms there. There's, in a small town that is a coastal town, you are inundated daily with the reminder that climate change is affecting you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Pugh, do you have anything to add? Vice Mayor DeHakey? All good. Well, thank you very much for your time, Michelle. Again, thank you so much for being accommodating to us.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate the interview. Okay, bye.
Yeah. Okay, then. Next step. All right, Daniel, did you finish what you were about to say?
I did.
Okay. So, we're going to, first I'm going to make the announcement, although we already had the discussion, that the two candidates claiming veterans preference automatically move to the in-person interview. All right, on the record with that one. So, the second suggestion from Mr. Klayman is that each commissioner announces their next highest priority candidate and offers rationale for choice. If a candidate receives 3 or more votes, that candidate is added to the list for the final interview. If no candidate receives 3 votes, each commissioner identifies their second highest priority candidate. Same thing, candidate receiving at least 3 votes from the combination, remaining first round votes and second round votes is added to the list. So we have, how many? We have 5.
I thought
we're going to discuss
okay.
all. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm just reading.
So we don't need these 3. And hopefully
No,
we
no,
come to a-
exactly. Yeah, exactly. But Jean was ready for it, yeah. Jean was ready for it. Okay, so, let's see. We'll start with our first priority. So I'll start. I would like to say I was impressed. We had some very good candidates too. Very impressive. They did their homework. They understand some of our issues. But I would like to say, Mr. Crowell was my first choice. Stephen Crowell, the first gentleman. Remember him way back when?
He's the guy without the,
That we didn't see, yes, we didn't see. So that we had, and I'll say this because he had a lot of experience, which is good as a town manager. Let's see what my notes are here. Talked about community interaction, sustainability. He seemed to, and he did his homework. We all saw that he did his homework. I went for the open door policy, which he has, but he is. Outreach with residents as well as other municipalities, which is important to me because we're all neighbors here on this barrier island, and the more we work together, the better we can accomplish something. And he understood the whole idea of strategic plan, has a lot of background in budget. So those are my reasons why I'm going to put him up. Steve, would you like to say your first?
Buzz, far and away.
What happened to discussing each one's candidates? I'm confused by what's going on.
No, well, I just said mine. We're going to basically say when you discuss your candidate, right? You want to discuss the ones you're not interested in?
No, we said that we reached consensus that we were going to discuss each and every candidate. Then I would suggest, then it would be.
Okay, so I started with Mr. Crowell. We can go down the line and see if anybody wants to add to Mr. Crowell.
I think you're misinterpreting what she's saying. What she's saying is that we would say, okay, let's start with Mr. Cromwell. What do you first want?
That's what I just said. We'll just go down the line and anybody want to add to the discussion, and then we'll hit everybody. Correct? Okay, you.
What do you want me to say?
What do you want to say about Mr. Cromwell?
Mr. Crump, I thought he was a fine candidate. I think he's totally adequate. I would have preferred a video. Very well spoken. He's coming here for lifestyle, basically told us that, and I think it's his desire to end up in Florida and into his retirement. I think he's okay.
Martin?
Absolutely adequate, no question, has all he checks every box on every subject that you can possibly ask for. To a certain point, I am hesitant with him because, do we say this or? Yeah.
Well, tell us.
Depending on what? Get me.
You're going to talk about retirement. That's not.
No, it's just, it's the length of time that I would like to see a town manager that stays with us for extended periods of time, because I think that is a job that with continuity brings more value to the town. And this process, I don't wish this process on anybody, no matter who is sitting on the dais at one point.
You finished?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark just triggered some things in me. I think he's a good candidate. But the thing that I think was missing, and it could be because we couldn't see him, I didn't get any sense of humor or, I guess, camaraderie or integrating into the fabric of the town. And I certainly hope if we do bring him in, that he can expose that side of him. That was my hesitancy about him.
All right. Christine, you have some additions about the gentleman?
I do. He obviously was more than adequate. This has pretty much been his career. So, he's worked in very big towns, very small towns. A little bit of concern that the last time he worked in a small town was probably about 12 years ago. So he's used to being, with 455 employees, $68 million budgets. That is very it would be a very about face. I'm not saying that he could not rise to that challenge, but it is very different than what he has now, which may be the exact reason why he's looking to change. I do like that he seemed to very clearly understand a building department and how that has to work in unison. I like the idea that he was the only candidate that addressed budgeting from a looking forward in a potential recession and what are we doing to plan for it. I thought that was very interesting and strategic. I do like that he acknowledged that smaller towns aren't easier towns, for sure. He is probably not my top candidate, but I would not be upset if he were the selection of everybody else. Commissioner Pugh?
No, I thought he was quite a professional. I think the biggest concern I had is exactly what the rest of you feel at this point, is that you're coming from a very large organization to a small town, and he even said it could be difficult, but I don't think you realize how difficult it could be if you're coming from a very large organization, where you're coming to a small town and the residents are at the door, behind a bulletproof glass, of course, but they're still at the door. And I think that might be a concern for someone, not a concern, it'd be a concern for us, where as he's not used to that, maybe that direct confrontational scene you may have with residents in the town. So even though I think he'd be, I do think that he would be good to interview. I wish he did have a video. I know it sounds, but you do get facial features and what's going on there. But other than that, yeah, I think he'd be a good person to have. Just what he had to say.
All right, so I guess what we'll do, since we want to discuss each and every one of this, Steve, I'll go to you and ask who's your first.
Well, is it my first excluding the military?
Just go down.
No, because Christine wanted to talk about everybody.
Okay, Bob's, I love him. I think he's perfect for the town. He's got a good sense of himself. He grew up in Boynton and he's traveled the world. Very strong organizational military capabilities, including interacting with civilians, which was basically his life for, 25 years in the military, was to go into situations and interact with the civilians to accomplish a task, be it a FEMA task or a infrastructure task. I loved his mannerisms. I could see that he would be excellent at what he was, at conflict resolution, and he gave us anecdotes of that. I just think he was by far the superior candidate over anybody.
All right, do you have some input on Mr. Boggs?
I was absolutely surprised about how he was the one that surprised me the most. Let me put it this way. I was very hesitant about having somebody that just recently came out of military service, because I was expecting that there would be you're coming out of a very stark hierarchy, and you're going into something that is a true democracy, even though, yes, you're the boss of your department, but you have to handle it completely different than in the military. In the military, you give orders, and the orders are being followed. They're not questioned, done. And it surprised me a lot on how well he clearly transitioned into civilian life, and how well he handled himself and apparently handles the town. Yes, okay, not my first candidate, but certainly I was expecting not to, and surprisingly find myself saying, wow.
Nice to hear. Commissioner Pugh, what's your input?
Sure. I like Greg. The things I liked about him, when he said actually he would walk the town where he was at. He literally was walking the streets, he's knocking on doors. I mean, what kind of town manager? I mean, holy cow. I'd like to have one just to drive around town, walk. He also touched upon long-range planning, how important it is, and I think that's a big thing for this town. We need the long-range planning because of the issues we're gonna be dealing with. I also like the fact that he said he deals with day-to-day issues so that, this is a quote, so that council doesn't have to. And he listened to the tapes and he said, you guys do a lot of micromanaging pretty much. And I think that's one of the things that we should be moving ourselves away from. And the town manager should be doing that day-to-day operation. And the other thing was that the fact that he's from Boynton Beach, his family's here, and he's got a 2-year and a 5-year-old. I mean, we have that guy almost for life.
Yeah.
So,
Fifth grade and second grade.
second grade, fifth grade, well, even so, how old is that?
7.
I mean, but I don't know, anybody warn about private schools around here?
Now, that question, has he looked at the tuition for private?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I think you should go on the list as well.
All right, Christine, what's your input?
I, like Martin, was impressed by his flexibility in moving from the regiment of military, but once he explained a lot of his later years in the military being more of a liaison with direct to residents, it made a lot of sense. I like the fact that he said he wants to make this his forever home. With that comes a little bit of pressure, though. I don't disagree that there needs to be a shift of micromanagement from the dais, but we got to be careful what we wish for, because as a small town wearing many hats in the community, I think we do like to have our fingerprint or our finger touch on that. So I think you could probably have a happy medium somewhere along the way, but he actually made that reference twice. So I believe that that is his expectation. If he will be able to lead all these horses to water, that'll be a different story. But
Had a lot of hats in the back.
Quote you just said?
Huh?
What was the quote he used?
Well, he said that most small towns are set in our ways.
No, it's the one about, I want to make this mine.
Oh, forever town. Forever town.
Forever.
My only concern is he's got less than 2 years' experience as a manager, and a lot of his skill set from the military obviously carries over, like all of our skill sets in different lifetimes. That would have been my only hesitation. The only other hesitation I have is they do not have a building department and hire out for those functions. And since that does seem to be something that we're working on making stronger for our town, he doesn't apparently, or at least from a town management experience level, have that under his belt yet.
Right, I understand. My input here is that I liked him very much and was impressed by what he had to say. Making that jump from the military. But the other reason he would not be on my top list, if we were having to choose down to our 3 from here, is the lack of experience. 2 years, I think we need a little bit more here. So that's my input.
So
But my question to you would be, we know the gentleman, we will be seeing him for the next interview. Do you have somebody else that we can put down here?
Well, let me just finish with Buzz.
Okay.
So on his references, I don't know if you guys noticed this, because I asked my neighbor. There was a major general, okay? That's his top reference. So I called him. And on the civilian thing, I went through that with him for 20 minutes. He says that from the resume, what doesn't come across is that was his job to be the facilitator with the military and the FEMA and the National Guard coming in. And he was the point person working with the civilian groups, right? And his exact quote was, tons of experience working with communities. I give him my total endorsement. One of the best guys I ever worked with in the military or out. I would take him right now to work with me immediately. That's it. So my next person, I don't have one. I don't believe. Let me check the list.
Next one is Lynn.
Can I just ask a real quick question, either of Dan or council? Is it okay that we call and check these folks' references one by one?
The preference is that each of you don't call the reference. The preference is to let the town staff do the reference checks to ensure that the person has the experience that they put down on the resume and to find out any other additional information. So that is the preference. And I believe we stated that.
But it's not the requirement.
Not the requirement.
By the way, if you want to check the guy, just punch in, you can do it right now, and go wall to board, and you're gonna be blown away.
So do you have, there is nobody else
No.
that you would say?
No, but
But we have,
do we need to discuss Lynn?
yes, we're just,
Should
it
she,
can be
well,
short or
does
long
she get
if
a
you want.
pass to the final, or is this?
No?
Okay, I have no one else to discuss.
Okay, Martin, who would be your number one?
I thought we were going.
We gotta go down in order.
Go down the line. So let me go down the line,
Yeah.
which would be the third interviewee, which would be Lynn.
Okay.
Obviously Lynn is here. Major point for Lynn is that she got her booklet basically handed over by Tracy, so it's a direct line of succession, if you want to call it that. There's a certain advantage to that I would say is certainly a positive influence in that. Sorry, my phone was off. My negative thing about her, I think, is more of jumping between too many things over a short period of time. I think that was in one of her, going through her resume, she's going like 2 months here, 3 months there, 6 months there. That to me is not necessarily the best thing. And that could have all kinds of reasons, but.
You finished?
Yeah.
I want to change mine to, yes, to Lynn as well.
Okay. Would you like to elucidate us on that or just?
She's solved, I think, did I do this one?
He kind of said it.
Sure, yeah, organizational problems, yes, or disorganization, I should say. Whether she can correct that, I do not know. I do give her a break because Kelly and Lynn both came in cold,
Right.
so we had a very messy beginning of the last meeting and the paperwork to go with it. Her interaction with the residents has been above my expectations. So based on that, I would hope maybe she could improve some other areas.
All right, Jeff, what would you have to say?
I was very surprised at Ms. Ladner and her answers to her questions and her ability to see what, if you have to do something, it has to be completed. I'll give you an example of that. I hate to keep going back to the building department, but she was handed a couple of problems at the building department. She handled the problems at the building department, and she basically was involved with the interaction with the homeowner directly. And being able to say, look, if we need change, we need change. So she understands, I think, her role, which is you're the town manager. You have to be the boss of the employees and you have to make things happen. You can't wait to let them happen. And I think one of the things that she said was the most important thing to me was she said, it's not just rules, but it's the interpretation of the rules that is so important. And I felt that was clearly what this town's all about. It's about interpretation of rules. Everything's not black and white. You're dealing with a small town, you have to understand that. And I think I was very surprised. I think she had the water line thing down, which is all connected with sewer lines and water lines. I thought that was a great, she brought that up. Her interaction remarks were good with the tanks, the building department. She said, I think they need more training and some of the employees need more training. I thought that was very a good way to look at things. And then talking about the FEMA, that was another way of looking in the future. The only thing that the down part to her was that there was no talk about future planning. What's coming in the future, but I also think she's been inundated because now she's been the interim town manager, and all these things that happen now. It's hard to do that when you're interim town manager rather than just being on the Zoom call. So she's definitely one of the people I would have re-interviewed.
I said that to a resident. she should do her job on Zoom all the time.
Yeah.
Instead of being here, she gets overwhelmed.
Christine?
And I think that that is a really interesting remark, because I agree. She interviews much better than I have found my personal interactions.
It's amazing.
But you can't spend your life on Zoom. And I agree with you that some of the long-range planning stuff probably is not in her pay-per-view, because for right now, she's just drinking from a fire hose. I mean, I remember Martin, what you said to her as an interim manager is, just don't burn down the house. It's just like that was your advice to all new babysitters, just don't burn down the house. So I commend her for not burning down the house and actually making some progress with some things. She would not be one of my top 3.
But what does that mean?
If we end up, I mean, I thought we were supposed to, as part of, discuss, yeah.
All right, so who's next, Mr. Tibbs?
Love saying that.
Mayor, did you
He's
have
not a
comments on Lynn Ladner?
Oh, that's right, me, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay, so yes, I thought, I think Lynn has been, of course, we get a free ride here because we've all been able to interact with her, and she's job interviewing every single day. But I have found her to be very receptive to the commission, residents. When I speak to her, I say, support our staff, because that's what keeps us going. And I've been happy with everything that I've had, any dealings with her I've had. She keeps me in the loop, and I really like that. So I would include her in my group. All right, so we will go to Mr. Tibbs.
You want to go with Mr. Tibbs?
Tibbs.
I like Mr. Tibbs, but unfortunately, I don't think he's going to fit with this town. And that's pretty much, that was my impression, whether or not he did not interview well on Zoom or not. This town requires somebody who is going to be, and I don't mean to say this, but you have to be a little strong to deal with the amount of ego that this town has. And it's a little different than, a town out in out West Florida. It's just the way it is. It's the way that some of the people are a little hard to deal with. They expect so much from their town and so much from what goes on here, from the police department to everything. So that person who sits in that job needs to have, I just didn't get the forcefulness or a command of space. I guess, I don't know if that really makes any sense, but that's what I wasn't getting from that interview. So I would say that, I know that he's coming back to the in person, but he would not be on my list at all.
All right, Christine. Mr. Tibbs.
Well, of all the candidates, although he had quite an extensive background in finance and budgeting at towns, he had less than 10 months actually being a town manager. And for that reason alone, he's not on my list. But the second reason is when he was queried about a situation that obviously follows him, being the situation in where was it, Lake?
Lauderdale Lakes.
He took absolutely zero accountability. He never once said that potentially he could have been misunderstood, that he went above and beyond to advocate for the city manager, to be heard. He was just very deflective, and I think that goes back to your point as with, strong personalities. You can't be my way or the highway necessarily. So for that reason, I don't think he would not be on my list.
All right, Steve?
I was disappointed in the interview when I saw the resume, similar to what Christine said, and I was like, oh, wow, this guy's got a lot of experience. The Lauderdale Lakes thing is troublesome, and if he just owned it, I think I'd feel better about it. But he basically said it was the current mayor or the current person in his job, but he was there before her. Well, the headline is state investigating former Lauderdale Lakes Financial Director, Tibbs. And then in the story, it says, it's not yet known how much sick leave cash Tibbs is accused of taking, although he did repay $25,000 to the city last year. Well, you don't repay the city unless you took it. So, I don't want to retract from the case, but, yeah, it just lacked, what do they call it? Something
Validity?
Yeah. So negative, I wouldn't put it on my final list.
Martin?
Yeah.
All right.
That pretty much sums it up.
It actually did, didn't it? All right, there were several things I did like about him, but there are some troublesome things as well, but we're going to be seeing him anyway. All right, we'll be seeing him anyway, so I'm not going to belabor that one. Our last one will be Michelle Berger. Steve?
I just can't imagine Martin and her in the same meeting.
I
We
know.
have never had.
It's gonna be this 12 o'clock at night. You know,
you were saying that.
the sleeping bag.
I was not impressed, I mean, the fact that I could have been impressed, but instead I was like, wow, keep talking yourself out of this position. So I'm a no on her. Plus the fact that the residents up there, had difficulties with it. Like difficulties that are, like, we're painting the canvas heading in the same direction. We want her driving the buggy? No.
Martin?
I'm gonna repeat what the vice mayor told me. He said, hire her, don't look back. She's the best candidate. She is the most qualified. And that came out of the gate so fast without basically me even asking. When you look at the meeting reports, when you look at all of that stuff, and you try to make sense of it, and you see that it's a very, very, very small minority of people. We will have the same exact thing here. There will be a small minority of people that will just do anything and everything to not have to spend that kind of money. There will be all kinds of arguments and this and that. What I was told, the real reason, basically why she ended up not even attempting to stay in town was that there was one commissioner and a second commissioner who did not support her. The other commissioner was outright hostile towards her and has said something publicly that she took very badly, and rightfully so badly, because when we're here, we have to think about the words that we choose.
By the way, everyone keeps saying a small number. There's 180 signatures.
Yeah, but if you heard what she said, they changed the petition over and over, and then at the end of the day,
I just know what I read in the newspaper.
everybody turned around and said it was the exact opposite, that they actually had nothing to do with her or anything.
But what did you say? So, 2 or 3 of the commissioners agreed with letting her?
No, there was one commissioner that was outright hostile towards her.
And 2 that went along with it. So that's 3.
No,
That's how I look.
it wasn't. She quit.
Right, but why'd she quit? Negotiation.
She quit because one of the commissioners had made a public comment that was absolutely inappropriate. And
the news stories are that she quit. They offered a $25,000 raise on 100.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
So there's obviously gone on a lot of individual investigations with these candidates, which is fine. But if we can, let's try to focus some of our comments on what the candidate said and what they presented. Whether or not something you read on social media or on the internet or you read in the newspaper is true or presents a whole story, we don't know. Obviously, that can be helpful to your ultimate determination, But if we try to focus on their capabilities, their experience, and what they presented in their interviews, I think that would be more helpful. And
I think
maybe
that's
this
a good idea.
conversation
So
I think that's a good idea.
what I know of her experience, she had issues with the residents. Is that fair? Okay.
Who doesn't?
So,
Okay.
based on, if I may,
Yes,
if I may,
please.
answer on this note. So experience-wise, she has the highest ranking, job performance rating that has ever been in that town for a sitting manager, or town manager. That speaks for itself. She was able to get the biggest grant that the town has ever received in its existence. Second, she has, and the reviews, by the way, were after all of this nonsense happened. Everything speaks that and they did a septic to sewer conversion, the first stage of septic to sewer conversion in 18 months. When our guys, we were talking about doing 5, 6, 7 years, they did it in 18 months. So she's definitely qualified, absolutely qualified as far as being a town manager, brings the background information, or brings the background of things that directly affect us, and my candidate won.
Okay, good to know. Jeff?
I actually thought she was extremely detailed and knew what she was talking about. However, if you have thin skin and you are a town manager, that's going to be a problem, because this commission and the last few commissions I've been on, the decorum is very, very steady. I mean, this way, 15 years ago, there's people screaming at each other, asking people to go outside and play in the parking lot on town of Ocean Ridge.
Should bring that.
So the thing about it is that things change, well, I guess my point is with Ms. Berger is that, sometimes you have to put in the fight, not just give up because you have a small amount of local residents, which we even have sometimes, that really can create a lot of problems. And they're a very small amount of the whole amount of people. Now, having said all that, unfortunately, maybe it was nervousness that you get a little long-winded, but it was a lot long-winded. And however, you were right, Martin, about the sewer thing. That was huge, and the thought about doing the plumbers afterwards is huge. She has her own company, all right? And it's called Michelle Lee Berger LLC. You could hire her as a freelance consultant for the sewer conversion, but I would not hire her as a town manager.
Okay, so she's not your list.
No.
Okay. Christine?
Okay. Kind of a little divided. She also doesn't have tons of direct town management experience, but the experience that she did have, good Lord, I mean, the 6 things that she listed off when I asked for 3 were impressive to be able to tackle in less than 3 years. I actually think she does have thick skin, and I think that's what, excuse the French, pissed people off.
Why'd she quit?
She quit, and I think she was very upfront about it, that she had some health issues, and she felt that her health and recovery were a little bit better, the energy was better used than fighting a battle that I think she probably saw that it wasn't.
I didn't read that.
Okay, well, that's what I heard. So, she's the only one of all of them that has direct septic to sewer experience and grant writing experience. And I guess so it is a question for us as to how important is that for us as a town, and how quickly do we think it's going to be coming down the pipe, right?
Quickly.
So, but if that were a key
Come down the
decision.
pipe, did you say?
No, I said pipe, but
Oh,
pipe is
pipe.
good. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Use that sort of slow.
Yeah, there you go. God, that's not. I could think of a couple other ones. Oh, okay. I do like her discussion that a town particularly a town of our size, has two core competencies, one being building and one being safety. I thought building and one being safety. And having helped build her building department and realizing that it is a fiscal necessity, but it has to be at the pleasure of the commission, I thought was very interesting. This is where I think that she's not a rollover by any means. So for even though she has a short tenureship, and maybe it's because she was a commissioner for so long. I mean, as a commissioner, we sure aren't doing the work, but we hear about it all the time, and we hear about the pros and cons, and hear about different things.
Did you think, by the way, when she was talking, afterwards, I was thinking to myself, there was something that bothered me about the whole thing. And I think what's bothered, we're talking to her and interviewing her, and she's talking back to us. By the end of the interview, that wasn't happening. She was lecturing us on what to do. I felt there was a lecturing tone.
That was my last question, which was, I asked her to please tell us.
No, all the way through it though. It bothered me.
The subject to sewer portion, I think she felt she was imparting, because she kept saying, whether I'm your candidate of selection or not, let me give you a little heads up, because you had said already, 18 months was almost unachievable. So I think she was maybe trying to give us a little bit of the playbook on how that she did that. And listen, I'll take that type of advice from anybody. So she would be on my list, yes.
Okay, I would have her on my list as well. I wasn't quite sure before I heard her speak, but I was very impressed with her. Yes, she got a little long with it, but that happened.
Wow. I would not know about that.
Yeah. Well, she's not going to sit next to you. Resiliency focused, I like that. She understands resident issues and dynamics. I found her to be very honest with us. And I liked much of what she had to say, so I would definitely put her on my bring her back list. So now that we have discussed them all, let's discuss the bring them back list, all right? So I think I heard 3 people say bring back Michelle. We'll start with the bottom one, correct?
Yes.
You? Yes. Nada? Me?
No.
Nada? Okay, so we have Michelle, there's 3. Lynn, how many did we have that wanted to bring Lynn back? I would.
Steve.
Well, we go down,
Oh,
both were doing them anyway, right?
no, not necessarily.
What name will we vote on right now?
Well, it was Lynn.
Are you doing Lynn now?
Yeah, I just said, I'm just throwing it out there.
I didn't hear you say
Yes,
that.
I'm just going.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lynn, right? So there's at least 3.
Yeah, I thought it was we had.
She's not a vet. Nope, we have to invite her back, correct? Christie?
I think that what
Yes or no?
What
the comment is based on is the prior discussion of she gets a pass. And I think the pass was initially going to the final interview. Then we bifurcated the interview to a 2-step process. So we never clarified whether that free pass was all the way to the end or if that free pass was just one of the bifurcated.
Everybody, basically, we have a majority saying we'd like to see Lynn come back.
Yep.
All right, so we're good with that. All right, who do we want to talk about next? I believe we'll be seeing Mr. Tibbs anyway.
That's Steve guy.
Okay, again, part of this exercise, whether we're seeing them or not, I'd like to.
Okay, well, I think basically we did not hear a lot of positive. Can't wait to see him, but we're going to have another interview and we'll have the chance to hear him in person.
I kind of feel bad. I mean, there's 5 of us, and basically X is right on there, and then he's gonna come here. And,
He's coming.
Well, maybe he'll change our mind while he's here. Tiz.
Christie, the gentleman is coming back to see us regardless.
He is.
So therefore, we'll have another chance to speak with him.
Yeah.
All right?
You never know.
You never know. All right, so, Crowell, I didn't see much except for me that was.
No.
Do you?
Yeah,
Crowell?
that's my number 2.
That was my number 1 and I didn't hear him.
No, I said the.
Okay, so we got 2.
Adequate.
Oh, I know adequate doesn't stand here.
Compared to some of the others that I don't think are.
Okay, so good. Martin, were you interested in having Mr. Crowell come back?
So generally, yes. However, I would not want to pay for it.
That's a separate issue we'll talk
Yeah,
about
right, we'll
next.
talk about that afterwards.
So we've
Jeff?
accomplished nothing.
Yes.
Jeff? Yes, okay.
Nothing for that.
Just gonna ask you anyway.
We didn't
You
cut
don't
the
really
list
have
out.
three. Okay, so there's 3 there. The last one to discuss
No,
is
at least we
Boz.
have
Mr. Boz.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Boggs? Okay, so we got 3 there. So it's looking like we basically are having everybody come back for our interview, correct? Is that what you're hearing too, Kristen?
Yes.
You want to attempt to have less people come back, have more discussion?
Well, you know, there's 2 that are absolutely positively coming back. And I think that we had enough positives on Michelle, Lynn, and Steve that there is no really whittling down on those 3. It wasn't like it was like, yeah, everybody
All right.
for those, right? So I think we'll have 5. Daniel, what do you think? 5, right? 5's
I
doable.
think that's where you are.
Yeah, I think so
You
too.
have all 5.
I think 5's doable.
Let's talk about pay. I'm with Marvin.
All right, you want to have
Okay.
a conversation on?
Not paying anybody to go for an interview.
All right, so the conversation will now be about travel expenses for the interview.
Well,
Who would
there's
like to
really only
lead that
one
one?
guy, right? The Steve character? He's in Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, no, so
Where's
is
Bob?
Cromwell. Where's Cromwell? It's Jefferson City.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the guy
what
I'm
you just
talking
said.
Yeah, but
Madam
Monster's
Mayor?
up in Wisconsin.
Yeah, we got
Madam
most of
Mayor?
them, yeah, we got 2 of them out there.
It should really be a decision regardless of where the people are coming from. It's across the board.
Yes.
So
Right.
whether they are in the United States or somewhere else.
I think they just meant they were really traveling.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So let's just focus on, is it a yes that the town will pay for travel or something else?
All right,
Gonna take a-
and you gave us the amounts, right, that travel did, it's not killer.
Somebody at the last meeting had an idea that was kind of clever. A flat $200. Because
That would have been me.
well, it wasn't so clever.
Okay. I just wanted, yeah.
I think it solves the problem without us having a big, long discussion about it. I know Jeff doesn't want to pay anybody to come here at all because they're coming for a job, but 80% of those people aren't going to get the job.
Okay, I think that's a reasonable, what do you think, Christine?
$1,000.
I like the flat fee and I would probably bounce it to up to 500. But you've got to get an airline
Yeah, I was
ticket in
just
there.
gonna say, how would you
It's got to be
go?
one of them for, you know, for the guy who you think is great, so.
I was just trying to like split the cost with the people, that's all.
Okay. Well, the other thing that we had discussed, was maybe not covering anybody, but if you then were offered the position, we would reimburse you and,
Yeah, so from a compensation standpoint, that would be looked at as probably some type of retroactive pay, but that wouldn't prevent you from perhaps giving them a little boost to say, okay, you know, maybe we'll give you a little boost, tiny boost in salary to recoup those funds, or relocation costs, a little extra boost in relocation costs. But you need to look with compensation, you need to look going forward and not something that's happened in the past.
Well, we're basically talking about the travel for the interview, right? And your flat fee versus what you usually have here. Daniel, do you have something you want to add here?
I would simply say this. I believe you should pay travel expenses. You have 5 candidates. Some of them are far away that you liked well. There are some of those 5 who won't come if you don't pay travel expenses. I don't know who that is, but it would be my guess. At least one of them won't come.
All right.
Well, which one do you
Because
get?
they have an expectation. In the business, there's an expectation. If you advertise nationally, you are expected to do 2 things. You'll pay travel expenses to see me in your town, and you'll pay relocation expenses.
That's the private sector for sure. So
No,
maybe.
this gentleman works with the.
Well, it's what happens when you hire city managers.
Yeah.
So what about going back to Christine's $500, up to $500?
How about if we fly up there?
In travel.
Does that sound, you're not in.
Cause you're literally just, no,
We'll give you expenses up to $500. Because the people that are 2 hours up the road, they'll need $500.
Lynn Ladner does not need $500 to come for an interview.
We're really talking 2 people, right?
Exactly. So I think the 500, what do you think, Martin, about the 500 being reasonable? I'm listening.
I'm with Jeff, I don't like the idea in general. But I see the point, I don't like the idea.
I think that's where we're gonna have to go. We wanna see these people and then.
Well, we got me saying yes, you saying yes?
Yeah.
Just let me make a motion and
Yeah,
we'll vote.
well, we're just trying to get a consensus. Trying to take it.
Do you need a motion or just need consensus? Let's do a motion
Yes.
since it's dealing with money.
Somebody like to make a motion?
I move that we reimburse each candidate who comes for a second round, who voluntarily comes for the second round of interview, up to $500 in justifiable expenses, including but not limited to airfare, hotel, and meals.
I second that,
Mileage.
verified expenses.
Verifying, okay.
All right, everybody in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed?
No.
Motion carried. All right. Anything you
Since I'm the
say?
town treasurer, how would I, do I use the town's credit card? Do I,
No,
hand them a
reimburse.
check
Yeah.
when they get here?
So they have to, after the adventure, they send you via computer.
Right, don't you think we,
We would use
don't you
the
think we
same-
reimburse, Gene?
We have a
You're-
travel, the town has a travel reimbursement form
Right.
that we fill out for any person who is requesting reimbursement. We would give them that form, they would fill it out and sign it, attach everything to it,
Right.
submit it, and then you write a check.
We travel, we pass it to you. All right.
Just like Mr. Cleveland, tried to get his Tahiti tickets free.
Yeah, that just didn't work, did it? All right then. Any other business here we need to take care of?
Yes.
All right, let's hear.
Well, I think we all need to take a look at the contract because we need to be able to give council feedback on whether that is a contract that we want her to proceed with, because she is going to give the contract to each of these 5 representatives, and if there's something in it that they don't like, then they can choose not to proceed with the interviewing. And as part of that, I think we also need to have at least a preliminary discussion, if not a final one, on what are we willing to offer per chance if an out-of-town person is selected after this next round of interviews in terms of a relocation package. I know that the majority of that negotiation will be done at the contract level, but I think we have to have some parameters for that, because having been in the Air Force brat and moved everywhere, for you can have a $5,000 move because you're moving from Stewart and you've got your own U-Haul rental, or you can have a $50,000 relocation because you've got 5 kids, you've got 3 vehicles, and you want your relocation package to include 2 months worth of living facilities and a down payment for private schools. So, I mean, it's really across the board, and I just think we need to give council some parameters for that.
All right, would you like to comment on this?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So what I sent to you via email this morning was essentially Tracy Stevens' old contract with some blanks and some ranges. The really only range in there is for salary, which I highlighted, which I believe is 125 to 160. I believe that's what was advertised. And then severance, which the way severance works, which is under Florida statute, is there's a maximum that you can offer of 20 weeks. Now, in Tracy's contract, she had the maximum there for severance, and that's if it's a termination without cause. She would be entitled to, under her contract, up to 20 weeks of severance, as long as she signed the general release, which is attached as Exhibit A to the agreement, which basically waives all kind of claims against the town. So then they get their severance. She had the max 20 weeks. You can offer less. You can offer no severance. It's up to you. But most often in most city managers' agreements, there is some type of severance. In this one, it's tied to a termination without cause, because if they were terminated with cause, then ideally you don't offer them any severance. That's really the basics of what Tracy's agreement. Tracy's agreement did not include any kind of relocation expense. So if you want to offer relocation, that would either be one point for negotiations, or it could be simply, depending on what you decide on their salary, considered within part of their salary. However, it's your pleasure how you want to do relocation expenses. It's not addressed in the contract, and I can certainly add something to address it. Or we could just put a range like we have for salary and for a relocation, expense.
Okay, first, I would not be in favor of making it part of their salary, because that affects their FSR and all kinds of other things, so, that's not good. I would also like to see that if they leave within a certain amount of time voluntarily after we've paid for the relocation, that either it all gets reimbursed or a portion of it gets
Out of the
reimbursed.
severance.
Yes, and the other thing I wanted to look at was, what is our, if you resign, was it a 90-day window?
It's a 60 days notice period.
60 days. One of the things that we might want to consider, and I know that this was an issue with you, Commissioner Cause, is to tighten that up a little. I mean, I think the 60 days is adequate, and I don't think we'd want anything less. But I also don't want 45 of those days being shared with another town. I was not comfortable with that.
That was just wrong.
So, I think we need to build up that resignation language to say that if you were voluntarily leaving and you were resigning, you were working to get your full pay, you were working your full time.
The provision that's currently in there leaves that decision up to you, which, as you may recall, was the decision that was brought to you by Ms. Stevens. So if you rather have it in the contract that it's a flat no, that during that 60-day period there can be no outside employment, we can certainly put that in there.
I would rather it be a flat no and have very clear expectations and have the dais reverse that than leave it open, because when the permission was asked, I didn't realize it was going to be almost half of her time. I mean, it wasn't just, 5 hours here and 5 hours there. It was a daily occurrence. So, and I think, along with the transition, and this is not a slant on Tracy, but I think it made the transition with the new interim and particularly with the new clerk much more difficult.
Agreed. So it can be, it can't happen unless, without the express written consent or of the commission, right?
Right, versus having to reverse it. Does that make more sense, Christie? Can you put that in there?
Absolutely.
I think that makes sense.
So the other thing is the 16 weeks. I don't think we should start at 16 weeks in the contract.
It was 20 weeks.
Or 20 weeks?
For severance?
Yeah, I was thinking 16 or lower to 16. Maybe even 15. In other words, why are we starting? That's gonna be a negotiation point, right? So why are we going already to the top?
We're not. It's up to 20 weeks.
Well, it is the maximum.
But then
up to
we,
20.
right,
So we're starting, we are giving the maximum without.
without giving the
Up.
we're telling you what it is.
Right, that's, the intent was, and I'll clarify, that the range is up to 20. So right now, it's just like the salary that's in there, there's a range.
Yeah, but if you say range up to 20, the person's gonna expect 20, and if they don't get 20, they're gonna feel like.
You're saying basically
I mean,
you'd like to
the
bring
whole
the
idea of
range
this
down?
is to, hopefully limit any type of litigation on the back end from an unhappy employee. So I think we're setting the incorrect expectation, because you're right. If I say, I'm gonna give you up to $100 and then I walk up to you and give you $50, you're gonna be like, what?
Disgruntled as I start my job.
Mhm.
So.
Wait a second, I wanna make sure I'm on the same page with you guys. In this draft agreement, the highlighted portions are the areas that are not currently set in stone. So right now, the person could negotiate up to no more than 20 weeks.
I understand, but if you lay out 20 weeks, what knucklehead's gonna come in and say, oh no, give me 10? Right? Nobody.
But if you wanna give me direction to make that a set
Yes.
timeframe, I'm happy to do
What's
it.
that timeframe do
But
we want?
salary, then they're gonna do the same thing.
Of course.
So then tell me what you want to put in there now, and we can put that in there now, but then it will, everyone who then you interview will spend time pointing out their exceptions to what we put in there as a salary amount and what we put in there for a severance term.
So I would be comfortable with 12 weeks. That's a 3-month severance.
Yeah.
I mean, and particularly given the fact that we've already got a 30% of their salary kicking into a retirement plan.
I think technically
Mr.
that
Kleiman,
would
would
be
you like
14
to,
weeks.
comment on
7
this?
days.
Ken,
Yes,
what's
ma'am.
customary?
Please do.
I-
Hold on. gentleman's gonna talk.
I would recommend that you make the severance a set amount. I would recommend you make it 20 weeks. The stronger the severance provision it is, gives you the benefit of making it easier to fire someone.
I think it actually makes it very expensive for us to fire
It may make it expensive, but it will reduce the opportunity for litigation or for any kind of dispute during the termination process. What you should want to retain is the right to fire the manager for any reason at any time and give them severance.
I disagree with that advice. The way we've always set up our city manager agreements, and obviously this is at the pleasure of the commission, is you have a very scripted termination with cause provision. And that lays out a variety of grounds to terminate for cause. If you terminate for cause, there's no severance. Now, will they sue? Could they sue? Sure. The way the contract's written is that then if you terminate without cause and they sign the release, they get the severance that is agreed upon in the agreement. The way this rolls out is if you terminate with cause and they sue to litigate it, as part of a settlement, you can go above the 20 weeks if there is a dispute. But you can't do that if it's terminated without cause. You're stuck at 20 weeks by state statute. That will then force them to sue you. And so that's why we craft this with Florida law in mind, so that if it's without cause, it's just not a good fit, we want to go our way, here's your severance. If you want it, you sign this release, we're all done, everything's complete. If it's termination for cause because they've actually done something that's listed in the agreement, there's no severance. And if they want to challenge that, which we obviously would counsel you on how to terminate someone, they can challenge it. But at that point, it goes into litigation. And at that point, the Florida statute's out the window. And if you come to a settlement, it can be more than 20 weeks.
So Christy, let me ask you a question. My hesitancy is we're potentially bringing and paying above and beyond to some of these folks an additional 25 to 40,000, I'm just picking numbers, dollars. They get here, we realize, oh my God, they were great on Zoom. I don't know what we were thinking. Thanks. Now, not only are we giving them their relocation package, but we're giving them another 5 months worth of salaries. And
the only reason you're giving them that is they have to sign the release. So what that guarantees to you is that when you pay them that, you're not now going to get hit with a lawsuit for wrongful termination. You're done.
Which will cost us more than the 20.
I think Christy and I are in agreement.
I think so too.
I'm not
They signed a piece of paper that says 14 weeks, then within 14 weeks, and they still can't do anything.
But I'm not.
Right, it's up to whatever you want, and that said, what they agree on, that's why it's arranged currently in the draft.
Well, shouldn't there be a sliding scale that if somebody's employed with this city, with this town for a year, 2 years, they get X amount, 10 months, 10 weeks. If they're employed with the town for 4 years, they get 14. If they're employed with the town for 6 years, they get 20.
I wouldn't sign that.
Why would you not sign that?
Because what happens if after 6 months, it's obvious things aren't working out? And I try to hang on for another 6 months to get the full severance. It's bad. It's bad.
Okay, so we're back to basically our amount of time in severance pay, correct?
Christine, 3 months actually equals about 14 weeks. Because, no, yeah, well,
There's 4 weeks a month, am I off?
yeah, there's 4.5 weeks a month.
There's 4.5 weeks a month.
Yeah,
On some months.
31 days, most months. So 31 days is actually 4 weeks and 3 days. If you want to go to 13.5 weeks, to be more precise.
I just think 20 weeks is very generous, and I think we're in a very unique situation.
All right, and what I'm hearing is You think 20 is too much? I believe I'm hearing the same thing from you, correct?
Yes.
And I think I'm hearing the same thing from you. So,
12 or 14, that's
so
absolutely.
if we're looking at, obviously 20 is not moving, so let's look at the next step here to get something down on paper. So you said 4?
So let me ask something, because I just heard somebody say it, and I don't know who it was, but it may feed into discussion. Do we have a probation period in our contract? No. So the probation period may feed into the amount of severance you get. It also may feed into the reimbursement of a relocation package. I mean, I thought we had probationary periods for everybody. Is it just because this is a different level?
Contractual. Okay, so now we're back to what would be our maximum severance. Y'all don't want
I
to
don't
go
have
for
a
this
problem
one.
with 12, I don't have a problem with 14, whatever everybody's.
I was going to suggest 16.
3
Too much?
months.
3 months is 14 weeks.
I know. You're like that one as well, Martin.
We got 3 okays on 14 weeks.
That's our starting point, right? So if we wanted
Up
to
to
down the
14.
road use that as a negotiation tool,
Correct.
we could.
If the guy demands or the woman demands 20 weeks.
When contract time comes,
we
exactly.
do it.
And we can hit them 10,000 on the salary then.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
All
can we
right,
talk
Christie, I
about
think you got your
relocation
direction
package?
there, if they would like to, what did we say, 14 weeks?
14.
Up to 14 weeks, and then obviously contractual.
Reload.
All right.
But
What's
they have to give us back
the
the
up
relocation
to,
package.
that, what I would draft it in the agreement is they get 14 weeks severance.
Okay.
That would be what's in the agreement, and then if they want to, at the interviews, take exception to that.
Right,
They could.
that discussion comes up then.
Yeah.
All right, right.
Yeah.
Consensus, we're all good on that one? All right, next point, ma'am?
Relocation. Let's talk about it.
Well, can we just say in the contract to be negotiated?
What's wrong with that?
I think
But I'm hesitant with that just because about this expectation. You got 2 very strong candidates that are not moving from just around town. One's in Wisconsin and one's in Michigan. They both have families. They probably both have a mortgage that they may or may not want to be bought out of. They both probably want to, if I were in the corporate world, I would say, how much of my housing are you covering and for how long? Up to $5,000 a month for the first 3 months. This is a whole different ballgame, and even though it's at a municipal level, not a corporate level, I think we have to have some parameters so they can say, you know what, that just absolutely would not work for my family. I love this little town, I may be their top selection, but if they can only pay up to X amount, it just absolutely won't work. So I think we need to I think that's only fair to them.
I don't have a problem, I get what you're saying, to be negotiated, because we're gonna pass it on some candidate, right? I guess the only danger there is you anger candidate number 2, if you then have to turn to him. Boz can live with his mother, so you should vote for Boz.
I think it should be negotiated as well. It should be part of negotiation.
I agree. I believe it should be negotiated because it's up and down scale. Martin, what do you think?
I get where Christine is coming from, and I think we should talk in general, just to get an idea where, are we talking about 50,000? Are we talking about 20,000? Are we talking about, here's a gift card for Home Depot?
No. So Dan, could you shed some light on this?
Yeah, would you give us some input? This is Palm Beach County. This is not.
Typically, what a candidate would expect is the payment for moving household goods and a trip for relocating the family. And that's it.
What do you mean by a trip relocating with him?
Transportation.
No, what about their cars?
Yeah, but see, I think that's the whole thing in negotiation.
Yeah.
They should come up with the amount of money they need to move, and that's negotiation. You're negotiating with yourself. Oh, what about your car? What about your house? What about your mortgage? You're negotiating with yourself. Why are you doing that?
Agreed.
Nothing.
Let them come up with an amount. Hey, I need 10 grand to move.
But if this is
I need
the
15
usual,
grand to
this
move.
is
Why
the
give
usual
them all the ammunition Oh, yeah, we will.
This is the
corporate
regular,
world, they would.
what you expect to pay would be, like you said, transportation for family, household goods being moved, and the trip to come and find a place. So I think that's negotiation.
To me, it's all negotiating. I would never say to them, well, you know, how much for your car? I wouldn't say anything. How much money do you need to move? And what is the negotiation? I need this amount of money to move. And they come up with, you know, some outlandish number, that's when you negotiate. If they come up with something that sounds reasonable.
So I liken this, when we first had this discussion, we had a salary range of 120 to 180, and I about went anaphylactic, because I knew that none of us were ever going to give anybody 180. They could be walking on water and spitting gulp bouillon up their nose. It just wasn't going to happen. So I feel like we need to have, I mean, at least we need to have the discussion here, because would you be coming back to us when we get these final two candidates and saying, this is what they want in salary, this is what they want in relocation, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, usually what we do is we do one-on-ones and brief you on where we're at with negotiations.
Would it be something that would be open to a special meeting, not unlike the DBA negotiations?
Normally what we do is we talk and we try to figure out if there's a consensus, bring the contract forward. If there's not a consensus, then yes, you at a special meeting consider the contract, and if there's something that needs to be voted up or down in the contract, you can do that, certainly.
All right, so second choice would be a special meeting if we can't work something out between them.
Right, and ultimately the contract will be on a, you know, meeting agenda, you'll have to approve it, but usually we try to see if we can't smooth it out so we can come to a consensus on what the final contract will look like, so you don't have to negotiate in the dais.
Correct. All right.
Anything else?
Any other points, y'all? Anything else we should consider here before we let you know?
So I have that, we'll put in the contract, the draft contract, 14 weeks of severance, and then relocation expenses
To be negotiated.
to be negotiated.
On contract. All right, everybody good?
Yep.
Oh, and I'm sorry, also, we're gonna revise the 60-day notice provision to make it clear that there's not to be any outside employment during that time period unless agreed by the consent of the commission.
Correct.
In a public meeting.
So we'll be interviewing 5 people on the 26th,
19.
19th. Okay, can we have an hour for lunch in between?
Yeah, plus an hour. Not in between, you said at lunchtime.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
said.
for lunch.
Yes.
Lunchtime.
Well, they'll all be here, right? Right, I think they're all coming here, so that'll make it a little easier with.
What day is that?
Oh, can they sit there and listen to their other candidate?
Public hearing.
Yes, they can.
Okay, we're doing it
You
totally
cannot
wide
tell
open.
them they cannot.
Right.
They should be encouraged not to.
They can agree amongst themselves not to sit in on someone else's interview.
So who should spearhead that suggestion to them?
But he's not gonna be here.
Mr.
I
Clayton.
would, but I won't be here. I'll be.
So do we put that to Gene?
But when do you leave?
I think Gene could explain to each candidate that the expectation is that they not be in the room.
It's not an expectation, it's up to them, they can agree amongst themselves.
Our preference.
Right. It's not even a preference.
Right, we gotta get our wording correct.
It's not an orientation,
On how she
it's not
says
an
it.
expectation, it's a public meeting, but you candidates can agree amongst yourselves to not sit on each other's interview to make it a level playing field.
So Jean, you can speak with Christy before you
Okay,
speak
so
with them, and she can
What
help you
time are we
first.
doing this for next week?
Okay?
If you want, what I can do
Yeah.
is, once
And?
we get the contract
So,
set to go, I can send an email to each candidate and let them know, here's attached to the draft contract. And it's an open meeting. The candidates can agree amongst themselves to not sit in each other's as a professional courtesy.
And how much we're willing to reimburse. I think they need to know that, so they're not
Yes.
standing over at the Ritz or the O expecting reimbursement. So Jean will set forward the schedule as to who goes first, or are we doing it alphabetically? What are we doing? Usually alphabetically works. Okay.
you might have to switch around a little due to air travel. You know
I
what I
would
mean?
presume everybody would come in the night before.
Yeah. No, no.
All right, have we covered it all, Jean? You can work.
So 10, 11, break at 12?
You wanna do that?
And 11 to 12,
And then
break
3
at
in the
12.
afternoon, that makes the afternoon a little longer. Sure does.
One of them might cancel out.
If they're coming, may I make a
Please,
suggestion?
please.
If they're coming and probably going to stay overnight anyways, why not start it at 9 instead of 10?
I was gonna say 9:30, but 9 will work. What about y'all?
I hate early mornings.
How about 9:30?
I do too.
9:30, yeah, wait, you maybe too. Let's stick with 10.
All right, and just a late afternoon, just so we know.
I can be at 6.
And
By yourself.
what about afterwards, any kind of cocktail or any talking
Yeah, I got those down.
casually? Just you guys, I mean, not necessarily residents.
I could use one now.
Let's see, where's our?
But
That's
that is a good question. I think at the
Okay,
last
so hold on.
meeting, Zoanne, we decided that we are not having input from residents, that we will go straight from the last interview to having commission discussion and picking our
And vote
top-
right there. Yes.
taking a vote for our number one and then our number two candidate and leading them the back end negotiations
Yes.
to Christie. That would also trigger your
Background.
background checks, correct?
Mhm. That's what I got from Mr. Clayman's list here.
So, I mean, just kind of delicately, if, at the end of the interviews, are they supposed to sit out in the hallway while we discuss and then somebody go out with, a little placard, kind of like when you come off the airplane? What happens?
Daniel, do you have any input about this question? Since you're not gonna be here, we're gonna take a bunch out of these.
What usually happens is the candidates leave after the interview
All right,
and they're contacted by phone
there you go.
that
Okay.
evening.
That's perfect. That sounds fine.
I would normally do that, but I think Jean will have to do that.
Okay. No, that'll be fine. Thank you. I just wanted to know what you
Sorry.
suggest.
So she tells them you're number one candidate, you're number two candidate?
click.
Typically, what you would tell all the candidates is that Susie Jones was selected as the candidate as the commission's first choice, and the town would be negotiating with her.
You guys wanted me not to declare, this place and all 5 up again, but until the final negotiation, in case the negotiations don't work out, you're gonna fall back on number 2, right?
Right.
So just because they weren't picked number 1 doesn't mean they're out of the.
Right, that's exactly what you were basically saying.
So it's depending on negotiations.
And is there a timeline for the negotiations? I mean, we just haven't done this before, so I hate to be a stickler on detail, but we need
You don't know
to.
what's gonna happen. The guy might say, I'm gonna be in the Amazon for 2 weeks, not reachable at home, so we'll start in 2 weeks. of negotiation.
It's to everyone's advantage to do it quickly,
Yeah, I think so too, especially this.
the candidate and the city.
So Chris, isn't there a timeline for the veterans? Do you have to get back to the veterans in 14 days?
Did anyone look
Right,
at your phone?
once we make a decision.
North Delray Beach?
What?
They pulled, it looks like a 11-foot alligator out of the water.
Okay, so there's a 14-day,
14 days for the veterans, right?
well, if it's 14 days for the veterans, it's 14 days for everybody. I mean, I'm not gonna slice and dice it in the right. And last little tidbit question, are we gonna have a different round of questions, or is this really up to the discretion of each individual commissioner now to really maybe dig a little bit deeper on what they felt was a strength or a weakness?
I have shared with the mayor a confidential list of questions which you could use at your next meeting.
Okay, yeah, so we've got some basics. And then I think we did well today, we went off.
Danny, when are you disappearing?
Is that what you gave us already?
I'm sorry?
When are you disappearing? When are you-
Monday morning.
So you're gone all week, okay?
I'm going all week.
You're not even gonna think about it. All right,
I can
so,
be found up through Sunday night.
all right, so anything else we need to cover here?
So what are you sharing that list of questions?
When do you think I may share the list?
Well, at this point, you might as well.
I might as well give it now,
Yeah,
right?
you might as well
Because
get
you're out
everybody
the
a copy of
door.
it right now. Let's think some-
You'll be hunting me down.
That's right. You ask what, you write this stuff down. I wanna do it on
So
Tuesday night,
anyway,
like
do we
you did
have,
yesterday.
yes, sir.
Technically, the questions are obviously a public record.
Correct.
but I would discourage you from sharing them with anyone else unless requested.
Which is the reason I wasn't handling it. So, does anybody have a motion to, are we good? Everything covered?
Motion to adjourn. No other question.
Anybody second?
Second.
All right. We are now adjourned. Meeting is adjourned at, oh my goodness, look at us. No, 4:58. And we're out.
2 hours early.
Thank you.
Was he a gentleman today? Yeah.
Did it say the what?
No, Martin always does.
I was
No.
good, really, Christine. I backed you up on everything.
I gotta go to work.
Go to work already.
The wormhole opened up just now.
I did. You don't even realize it in your I didn't get anything to jump on you. Whatever they said.
I don't know that I'll be back at a future meeting, but I wanted to simply say thank you for allowing me to be a part of your party.
Oh, my goodness. The pleasure was all ours. Thank you so much for helping us.
You want pictures from Tahiti?
Yeah, I have a blast.
Send pictures.
Oh, you will have.
It's a great time to hear.
Good luck to you.
Thank you very much for everything.
You're welcome.
It was a pleasure, Mr. Hyman. This was almost very helpful.